can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
It's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
Roger, Houston. We got it from here. Everything seems to be nominal. Me and my handler back here behind me, taking everything completely serious on this. What is today? Wednesday? Is that what we're dealing with here today? Yes, Wednesday, October the 4th. And if you all recall, we had the emergency broadcast system went off on all electronic devices today. People that actually put their microwaves in, put their phones and shit in the microwave and turned them off. Well, when they turned it on, they got the alert anyway. So that being said, they got me. Okay. So this shit right here is real. NASA, believe them. Government is God. And the earth's a globe. Good night, everybody. It's been nice having you. And you will all be reported because we've collected your information. So did they get you guys too? Did they get you guys too? Geez, I hope not. What we've got the iPod. There. Holy cow, there we go. Top chat again. Why do they have that? All right, so I got a lot of good people in here tonight already. Holy moly, 22 people at show and viewing. And in my participant thing, I got Chillings here with us. Deborah Clark. Deborah Clark, good to see you. Your dreamy little Escape the Chains is with us. But I believe she's finishing up some last minute chores before she joins us back. And we've got Mojo Shop is with us, no longer on the ball. Ryland Stoll, the Saddle Bum, Sean Eunuch Hawkins. You know, Sean, I'm going to have to do something with you, my friend. Shifty Eye Shady and Jehovah's Barbara is with us here this evening. So we have had an awesome time here. Just one second. I got to do there. What do you think about that? So anyway, this seems to be a very perplexing problem for the Globers, and I hold them to it at every turn. Even when they try to shift even when they try to shift the burden of proof over to me, I still don't relinquish. Not a bit. So, as I've stated before, we have a link in the description. People, you're welcome to come up here if you happen to be someone suffering from globitis. Then, by all means, come up on here. And especially if you can prove to me or demonstrate a fluid pressure system without containment. Because without that, all the rest of your whole little nonsense story falls right out the window. There's you have nothing. And this has gotten to the point where even on the Twitterverse, I've been attacked relentlessly. People trying to report my posts and everything else because the only recourse they have is to shut people up because they don't have anything. They don't have anything. So I had some interesting comments today. I can pull them up on my phone a little easier for you. I think they're a little more interesting that way. Let me see, where was I at in here? There's a neat thing on the mobile is I can bring this up into the thing here and go under comments. So from back when I first had my first channel, it got started by covering this asshat by the name of Chili DeCastro. And what I found out after a while, though, because I kind of segued away from his crap and more into talk to, sort of like, now that I've got your attention, let's talk about some real shit. And that's what we've done. And I still have a few people with me from that same time period. And that's absolutely cool. Some of them have come over to realize that we are not on a spinning ball. But one of the things that I did like about segueing away from that, and with this channel here, the newer one that we're only on the topics at hand, is because I really didn't like the fucking audience for the most part that came along with that shit. You got a lot of bootlickers, holster sniffers. I don't really particularly care for those people. And really a lot of crazy people is involved as well. But recently I just had a few. I had a guy on here. The hell was his name? Chili Con Artist. And he come on and, well, no, first it was let's see, somebody came on and said, where was it? A guy named Robert Patry commented, I thought this channel got taken down. Right? So I was like, yeah, don't, it says, how about that? Never can tell what you're going to find out, right? So that was it. And then this Chili DeCon Artist guy kicks in and he's like, you don't have any chili content, blah, blah, blah. And you started your first channel on chili content, blah, 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 blah. I says, I still have the videos. Are you wanting to see them? I can upload them. But like I said before, I really don't like the audience that comes with this crowd. And this guy, Chili DeCon Artist, is one of them. What a fucking asswipe. And what I've really had a lot of interaction with recently is Philip Craig. Philip Craig is a moron. Okay, so Philip, if you're watching, I've told you in the comment section, click the link. Come on up. All your shit that you want me to demonstrate, all the shit that you're wanting me to talk to you about in the comment section, we can freely talk about up here. Especially if you can come up, I want you to show your gradient list. And I'm going to tell you what, demonstrate your fluid pressure system without containment. If you want to use fucking gravity, go for it. Use your goddamn imaginary gravity. I'm saying you can't do it because it's an impossible condition. Okay? So go ahead and demonstrate that. Use your gravity, use whatever you want, but you're never going to be able to do it. We had Bubblegum Boy come up here with a mason jar and some other shit, which was saying that was a pressure system without, but it wasn't. And so I actually had to make a breakdown video so that people could understand what the definition of a container is. It's a very broad definition. It really is, because it's just merely means something that creates the act of containment. Okay. For different applications, different types of containers are appropriate. For instance, a mesh basket is probably not best to carry water in. You could carry rocks and eggs and bunny rabbits and all kinds of shit in it, as long as they won't go through the porosity of the mesh. So that's a sufficient containment for that. Can you carry a pressurized gas in it? No. This is why people don't have wicker tires. Okay. Nobody has any wicker tires. So then we had McToon. Wow. What a dipshit. He created, oh, here you go. Here's a column of air. Wow. And these people are supposed to be educated. They're supposed to be smart people. And they're obviously not very smart, because they never thought past this basic thing. They just accepted their goddamn magic sprinkle powder gravity and never really took it into consideration. We don't have any proof that gravity affects gases at all. We don't have any proof of gravity. The only thing that they have is a supposed downward vector for denser than air objects. So what? It's not in dispute. Not even for a minute is that even in dispute. So what are we doing? All right, so we didn't get nuked. Russia didn't get nuked. Maybe we did, and we died so fast we don't know it, and we're just in some kind of a weird simulation of life again. I know that, let me see. Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I don't know, perhaps we got hit by one of these mysterious space rocks that flies in from, I don't know, there's just apparently rocks flying around for no reason whatsoever. And they come down, and sometimes people find them. And the way you can tell that they're actually from space is that they give a vibe. Now, I need a quantification of this vibe so that I too can tell, because I have a lot of rocks around here. And if there's just rocks randomly flying around in space, the odds of some of these rocks having been coming down would be astronomical. So once I pin down what this vibe is, then I think that we'll be able to kind of make a little more headway on this situation. Wow, is that ever some shitty quality there? There we go. Let's make that better. I got Martins with us, MCAX. He's here with us. I saw your emails. I haven't been able to pop into them just because I'm terrible about it, but I do know I'm going to acknowledge it. You have. I saw your emails, MCAC, and I will get to them. Shifty Eye Shady said he's overly educated. That's great. That's great. You need that. You need that. Because obviously it served these people so well that they believe that a fairy tale can somehow contain gas, fluid pressure somehow. I don't know. But once one of these guys comes up here, I'm really waiting for him. And so they've been giving me a hard time on Twitter. Twitter has actually been giving me a hard time because of the fact that this is stumping their little fucking government bots, man. And I won't let loose on it. I won't let loose of it. And that's how it's going to be. Mrs. Tribune is with us. Good to see you, my dear. Hope Skylar is doing well, or as well as can be expected in such a situation. And I really hope you're getting everything kind of into a routine. It's going to be a little bit of a whole thing, but you'll adapt. You guys are strong. You can adapt, overcome, and improvise. It's what we do. You guys can't half see me because I have a camouflage hat on tonight. I blend in perfectly with my surroundings. You just couldn't see that hidden in the inner workings of the stream. What is? What? All right. So anyway, I had been finding some cool stuff over here. Here's a guy's his take on what the EAS, isn't that what it is? The IES or some kind of thing. It's bothering everybody's phone at the same time. Okay, that's what we're going to call it. emergency broadcast, EBS. They got all these little acronyms for everything: EBT, EBS, CIA, FBI, VIP, SOL, all that good shit. Anyway, check this out.
For a long time, man. Where I'm like,
wait. Why have we not got no sound? What's happening? Why is there no sound? Why is there no sound? Hold on a second, guys. We're having problems. You guys can hear me okay, right? Okay. God dang it, Moon. Or whoever's down here crudding around by my legs. All right, why do I not have this? Let me see what's going on. Ah, that's why. Why does this thing want to default back to shit that it's not on? All right. I'm going to try it again. Ah, there it is. You ready? Always something, man. It should be defaulting to my speakers. That's where I had it set before, but no, it wants to go to something that I'm not even fucking using. Oops.
long time, man, where I'm like I'm very serious and like headstrong about everything and like kind of like hard. I felt like I was hard to have a conversation with. Then I kind of just embraced the comedy side of it because, you know, it's such a tragedy, like what's happening, that I can look at it and be sorrowful over it or just laugh because it really is hilarious in so many ways. Like if you were the people pulling the strings and you were like, let's make their kids gay, like that's objectively hilarious. If it was a Seinfeld episode, I'd be like, boom, boom, boom. You know,
What if
funny.
what if that's what the alert was trying to do today? Just make everybody a little bit gayer.
Can't
just
make
like-
me any more gay, brother.
I was gonna say we're maxed out on gay, bro. It's it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, for a long time, man, where I'm like,
So this guy's take is that perhaps that thing made everybody gay or just a little bit gayer. I don't know. Is anybody out there having, you know, any kind of gay vibes that they might be going, you know, like anybody feeling like a gay frog just out of curiosity? Yeah, I've had some real winners going on especially our friend Kenny Eating a Dick. He was melting down. He was having a real rough time. He could not shift me back around or change my the topic as he kept trying to do. Focusing on minutia, that's another thing they do. You know, well, what is your definition of containment? So I just gave him the goddamn dictionary definition of containment. There you go. Same one that everybody else uses. Go. Well, what's your definition of a system? So I gave him a definition of a system. The one right out of the dictionary, man. Pretty good one too. Actually, the one I used was, let me see, where did I put that thing? A group of interacting, interrelated, or interdependent elements forming a complex whole. Okay. An organism as a whole, especially with regard to its vital processes or functions. A group of physiologically or anatomically related organs or parts. Now, that's what everybody in the world uses as a definition for a system. Go demonstrate a fluid pressure system without containment. They can't do it. So their only recourse is to try to appeal to authority and say, you gotta shut him up. He's saying wordy words that I don't like. Well, and that's pretty much all they got. So this is kind of cool. I got this from Ted Theodore Logan on Twitter. You might get a kick out of this. It's he just titled it "Electricity and Magnetism is Fun," and I have to agree. I went over to the other side first. That's crazy. I think those are tungsten rods, man. That neodymium, man, I had two of them that cracked together too hard and they broke. Both of them broke. That's how strong those things are. Brother and sister. Brother and sister. That's nuts, man. It's that in slow motion. I don't know, man. If y'all get a chance to, and you know, you got magnets and shit, I play with them all the time. I found out some really cool stuff. Drop a neodymium magnet through a copper tube and it'll float down through it. And then once it breaks free, it goes back into free fall again. It's like, oh, I thought everything fell at a uniformed 9.8 meters a second. What the fuck is up with that? Or no? Gravity. My God. So this was kind of interesting too. What else? We got Jeebus Crisp has shown up here. Yes, I was going to say, somebody said something that would be a whole nother. No, he had his own episode. He really did. He couldn't contain. And of course, they trotted out the hexafluoride with a tinfoil boat floating in it. And I said, what's that glass cube looking thing around that hexafluoride? Would that happen to be a container? Oh, yeah, I guess it would be. Fail. Every time. I don't know what they don't get. You cannot have a, I knew it as 32 feet per second is what a free fall rate, but it's not consistent. That's the thing. It's not consistent ever. Okay. It's an approximation. It's just like what they did with their supposed speed of light. All of this bullshit is based off of, we think this, so therefore it's a fact. Insane. And that is exactly where we stand with these people. They are fucking insane, man. Anyway, this was kind of cool. I'm going to hit my bowl real quick. We're going to put this thing up here. This is kind of cool. It's a clock. The earth is a clock. I've said this. We've said this. Everybody knows this. So go ahead.
It's a clock. Oh my God, it's a clock. Virus, you're a genius. You're a genius. This entire arena seems to be laid out like a clock.
People couldn't see the symbolism in that movie. I can't help you.
It's a clock. It's a clock. Virus, you're a genius. You're a genius. This entire arena seems to be laid out like a clock. It's a clock. It's a clock.
The hour hand is the path of the sun.
It's a clock. It's a clock. It's a clock.
Path of the sun in 24 hours of June solstice.
It's a clock. It's a clock. Virus, you're a genius. You're a genius. This entire arena seems to be laid out like a
The
clock.
path of the sun spirals in and out towards the center of the circle as the seasons change. On a 24-hour clock, the hour hand goes around once per day, just like we observe in real life. Depending on the position of the map, the sun is always aligned with the hour hand on a 24-hour clock.
I think that pretty gives you kind of a gist of what's going on. And we've talked about that before. That it's perfect, man. No. Do it again. No. Only one time. I wish there was a way to make it stop doing that. Like just replaying shit. Pisses me off. But here's the thing you got to be careful of, and this is what the Globies want to do. First, they want to trap you into a claim. Now they're not on the defense anymore, when in reality they should have to be. They're on the defense because their claim is ridiculous, it's retarded, and it's impossible. Okay. So they'll continuously try to shift it around on you. Well, what does your containment look like? Hey, all I said was you cannot have a fluid pressure system without containment. Okay. We can get to any of that later, right? But first, your claim is that this impossible condition exists. Now you have to demonstrate that, because that's dumb. It's nowhere in nature or artificially can you have such an impossible condition. All right. Yet they want to keep turning it around on you. And then they want to go with the pressure gradient. Well, that's all well and good. We have a pressure gradient in the ocean as well. From the deepest depths where the highest pressure is at to just about its surface where it is minimal to nothing compared to the high pressure at the depths of the ocean. And why is this? It's because it's a volume of fluid. And how is there a volume of fluid? Well, it's contained. And because it's contained, it's in a state of disequilibrium. And it wants to get out of that container. So it pushes against the sides, the bottom, equally all over. Okay. But without the basin, you would not have the volume of water. Just like you can't go get 5 gallons of water without a 5-gallon bucket or 5 1-gallon buckets or whatever. You're never going to be able to do it. You can't just grab a gob of 5 gallons of water and roll with it. It's not going to occur anywhere. And as we've said before, there is no such thing as quote unquote 0G. That's an impossibility because everything is either found equilibrium or is in a state of seeking equilibrium. That's all. Okay. Even the illusion of what they call a 0G plane is nothing more than the plane and the occupants are all in free fall. Even the illusion of 0G, but it's only an illusion because everything is still in the process of equalization through the act of free fall. In other words, headed toward their relative density. Just because the walls around you aren't visibly moving, the whole thing's in free fall, or you couldn't have the condition that they exhibit on the camera. So it's that simple. It's that simple. And they will try to shift the burden around onto you. You don't let them do that. Okay. The challenge is you demonstrate a fluid pressure system without containment. Then we can go on about any of the rest of it. Sure. Because once we've established that you must have containment for it, now we have to decide what is the containment. Okay. Most of them already know. They don't want to admit what it is. It's some reason it scares the living hell out of these people to feel like they're trapped. But are you really trapped? Where the fuck would you go? Right? Everything you need is here. Everything that you could want is here. So what keeps you from it? A little group of people called Ellites. That's right. That's right. And your own limited thinking that was given to you by these Ellites. You see, they started fucking you the moment you were born. Before that even, because they wanted to put shit in your mom that goes into you before you even have a chance. So it's really quite insidious. It's a deliberate attempt to dumb down, kill the general populace, and make them easy to control, subdued, compliant. You understand? There it goes. I'm your density. I mean, your destiny. I know I always think of that in the Back to the Future. That Crispin Glover guy that played the dad, I think he really is kind of a weird dude or something. I think he ain't far from that character he played, man. I really don't. I've seen him in some other shit, and he's an odd duck, man. Found a 0G spot. Now that's a different thing altogether, but related to fluids, absolutely, and fluid pressure. So we're just not going to go there with that example. Still contained. Oh no, he didn't. Bill Wall here, he says, what can we tell about the sun? It gives off a magnetic field. It's extremely hot. It's closer than they claim, and it circles the North Pole in and out of the tropics. Okay, so yes, but we're assuming that it's extremely hot. We know that the reaction that it has with the Earth gives heat, but when we get to higher altitudes, of course, it's colder. And another interesting thing is if you go to Badwater in Death Valley, which is the lowest point below sea level, it's always fucking hot. Wintertime, it doesn't matter. It's always hot. So I'm wondering if that electromagnetic field, like you were speaking of, Bill, is not, because of where its proximity is designed to do what it does within that proximity on the Earth. I mean, that's just kind of some of the thing I'm thinking of. I'm wondering if it's actually the reaction from it, or if it's the actual object itself. I mean, there's a lot to unpack with the sun, because we first have to abandon this bullshit that it's a big ball of burning gas in a void somewhere 93 million miles away. That's ridiculous. We know it's local. We know it's relatively small compared to the Earth itself. We know that it has an electromagnetic field, but we don't know what it is. Is it a physical object? Or are we just seeing something that appears to be physical that's projected from somewhere else, perhaps outside of whatever containment is keeping our dynamic fluid pressure system intact? So yeah, until we have to bust away the bullshit and then be free to start looking into these things ourselves. And we certainly know that they don't want that at all. Oh, good to see you, producer Moose. He dropped in to give us a like and a hello. Good to see you. Going to bed? It's awful early. I thought you were kind of a night guy. I thought you were part of the night watch, man. That's what Barbara calls us, the night watch. I think it's pretty cool too. So this is some of the flim-flam shit that they try to use. This is a good example of it right here. Is this thing. This is the bridge across Lake. I think this is across Lake Pontchartrain. These are power lines. All right. And they've got some pretty good shit to say on this too. Let me just see something. Yeah, okay, we're good.
On 55 and I-10 junction in New Orleans over Lake Pontchartrain. These are the utility poles that run 18 miles across the lake. And I just wanted to show you on 55 and I-10 junction.
So what you got going on, that they'll give this the appearance of a curve there, but you saw that there wasn't. But what will give that is that these things here are also reflecting in the water, these pylons. And some of those, and they're having that same effect. See, they always want to talk about refraction when it's going to show a curve, but they don't want to talk refraction when it's the reason you see a curve. It's really, really quite strange the way that they operate with this. I thought this was cute too. I wanted to show this all to you too. Thought this was really cute. Here's how the Globies see NASA. This is it in reality, like a Dollar Tree fucking costume. You know, and it's like that. If any of you ever met a celebrity in person, they're nothing like what you see on TV ever. They're always like, "Well, man, I thought you were taller. You're kind of a funny looking dude. The camera makes you not look so funny." You know, I mean, this is what I've noticed a lot. Try again. Good to see you here. Merovian Mirror Vanguard Vision. What are you talking about, Martin? What you talking about, Willis? Got to clock in. Good night. Shalom. All right. See you, Bill. Catch the rest of it later. All right. So Jeebus says that's kindergarten stuff, Moose. We're fifth graders now. What did Moose have to say? There's Barbara. Hello, dear.
Hey there. Speak of the devil, here she is, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm glad to see you didn't trip over any columns of air. On your
You know, and I just got out of the shower like an hour ago. So, yeah, might have killed myself if I had.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is this column of air that McToon left here in my house. I keep running into it. The dog ran into it earlier. It was the funniest thing I ever saw.
Oh my Lord! Hope it wasn't hurt.
No. It's just a column of air, you know. So, could you believe that clown with that crap?
No, I couldn't. I was sitting here. I want to bring up a point though from last night, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And I'm going to do it before anybody else joins. That's why I jumped in real quick. You know, we had such a ball last night, right, on your channel?
Yeah.
And then we go over to Brian's, right? And we're having this awesome discussion on time, right? You know where I'm going already. What is it with people that have to, like, be the center of the focus, the attention? You know, they can't wait for you to finish a comment before they jump in.
Yep. And it's always something like potato chips. And you're like, what the fuck? That don't have anything to do with what I was even talking about. What the hell? Man, you couldn't wait 30 seconds for me to finish my point before you go on with potato chips or whatever the hell else that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Well, what that was is that guy was butthurt because I wasn't really buying into Rastabear's explanation for the streaks of light in the sky that are meteors. And I'm like, you saw Idiocracy, right? Did you see that movie?
Yes.
All right,
yes,
remember
I did.
in court, he says, all right, so why do you say he's guilty? And the prosecutor says, well, just look at him. And I was like, that's the kind of proof these people are bringing, you know? Well, just look at it, man.
Well, these rocks are worth millions of dollars. Well, guess what? The rocks cry because they're giants. They're bones. I mean, the earth is biology. Hello.
Yeah, it's a living thing, man. This whole thing is a living thing.
Exactly. So you pump out the oil and then you wonder why you got earthquakes. I mean, for crying out loud. How stupid can you get?
Yeah.
But it's like, did they quit teaching Manners 101 like 30 years ago?
Yes. You remember when they started this bullshit and they even had a cute little song that went with it. And you had this apothecation of children that started happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, you know, put children first. All this shit was put children first. And they had this little song, I believe the future is the children, you know, kumbaya, blah, blah, don't whip their ass because they're going to be assholes when they grow up. And that's exactly what the fuck happened.
Exactly.
You aren't allowed to discipline your children. They all got a fucking cell phone and they got child services on speed dial, you know?
That's because it takes a village.
Yeah, right. Well, we got a village full of idiots. That doesn't work out real well, you see. And this is what we've ended up with is a village full of idiots.
Well, I'm going to blow their excuse I heard last night out of the water. It's because I'm ADD. Well, if you ever watch me, I am extremely ADD, so I cannot sit still. I'm always moving, but my mouth ain't.
You know how to gauge it, how to, you know, you've recognized that this is something that you deal with. And so you deal with it. You don't just go, well, that's just how it is. You know, it's like a person going, it's like, man, why don't you go use the bathroom instead of shitting your pants? What are you talking about? I always shit my pants. That's just what I do. And it's like, well, yeah, it's gross. Stop doing it.
Well, I don't understand how these people carry on conversations in real life because they're so busy thinking about what they're going to say next, they don't have time to hear what you're saying.
No. And his whole idea, what he was butthurt because Ross the Bear kind of got laughed at. Now, I like Ross the Bear. He's a nice guy.
He is.
He's got some funky ass ideas, but they're his ideas. I don't jive with them. I think that they have a lot of holes in them. I would investigate the things if I believed them like that, a little further. But this guy was bent out of shape about that. And I'm like, what the fuck ever, man?
I know who Ross the Bear's talking to, though, and it ain't God.
Well, yeah. I mean, come on, Pleiadians. I want to see if he can bring one of these Pleiadians on my show. I would like to talk to him. I have questions. I'm sure that you guys have questions too. So if you're watching, bring us a Pleiadian to talk to.
Lucifer did come as an angel of light, did he not?
Well, absolutely. Wasn't he the most beautiful of all God's angels? He was a musician too. That was his trade.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I mean, I didn't mean to derail your conversation.
No, you're all right. It's good. It's good, man.
I mean, this needs to be discussed because people don't take responsibility for themselves. We're such a damn victim society anymore. It's not my fault. It's because this person did that. This person did that. I didn't get hurt. Excuse me. Take responsibility for yourself.
Yep.
Yeah. I have been abused. I've been molested. I've been raped. You name it. It's been done to me. The medical community destroyed my health. Do I look like I'm bitching about it? No, I embrace those because I wouldn't be who I am if had it happened to me.
Right.
I mean, I thank God for my trials and my tribulations. Calling me crazy. Everybody else does. I'm driving that batshit crazy train to heaven now.
Well, that's the whole thing. Let's take a look at what they call sane. I'm quite happy to be called insane. I mean, let's for real. I mean, you look at this is out here. This is what's sane. No, thank you. You can have that. I don't care to have any.
Amen.
Try again says, wait, you mean there are people that don't poop their knickers? Yes, but even if you do, you can be president of the United States. That nasty old bastard shit his pants at the Pope. I can't believe that, man. That would be like, but oh my God, where is that? I found a thing here today. Where, let me see. This performance that went on at the Vatican. And oh my God, they had these weird. Did I save that?
It's all CGI, right?
What, then people at the Vatican doing all that shit?
Everything you're seeing CGI.
It might be. It might be, yeah. But I mean, I'm like, what are they even doing this for? Why would they even want people to think that they got these crazy people doing this shit, man?
Because we're in the last gasp of Satan's short season. Satan was defeated. And the minions are scurrying.
Oh, they're tripping out, man. They are tripping. And I'm loving it. I am. I'm absolutely loving it because when I see these trolls start kvetching, okay, now, for lack of a better term, I usually don't use any of the Yiddish tongue. However, that to me just is a very descriptive word for what they do. They kvetch. They just can't deal with it, and they start short circuiting. And it's so funny because they kept trying. These idiots kept trying today. It was funny as hell. They kept trying, going, well, shift the blame. And I'm like, no, you have an impossible claim. Show your demonstration or shut up. Okay.
Well, what's interesting, when you were interrupted last night, do you remember what you were talking about? I do.
I was talking about how the frequencies of the stars and how they could possibly be correlated to angels and conscious beings that are all part of a network of an orchestra that creates this reality through vibration, energy, and frequency that we are experiencing now.
Okay, I need you to back up about 45 seconds from that. Because
Uh,
he jumped in before you went there. Remember, we were talking about the 13th zodiac sign.
yeah. Ophiuchus, yeah.
That's when he jumped on.
I wonder why. See, if I don't see how Tommy can't see that dude's a classic troll.
Well, because he's part of their band.
Well,
He plays with he's Boston raised drummer, apparently.
oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
The dude's a serious troll, man. If you can't see that. And what got me was I'm like, wait a second. Tommy, why are you just sitting there like Jar Jar Binks not saying a fucking thing with this guy just interrupting? If I got people start doing that on my show, I stop them from doing it.
Well, I listened to that a little bit after. I mean, I couldn't take more than 5 minutes of it. And Tommy actually addressed him on that, saying, put yourself like in issues and that. And the guy just move on, nothing to see here.
Mm-hmm. Well, his whole goal was to shut me up. You understand?
Oh, of course it was. That's the same as like the trolls coming on your channel.
Oh, yeah.
They want to disrupt the chat. They want to disrupt the stream because you're over the target.
Hey, M Ball's up here, and and they're saying that they can demonstrate a fluid pressure system without containment. Cool. Hit the link, M Ball. Please come up and do it. We've been waiting for someone to do it. And also show us the video of you sitting in your yard with a globe doing sunsets with it.
I have a globe I can bring down.
Yeah, well, she wants, or he, or I don't know if it's a male or female or whatever. M Ball wants you to sit out in your yard and observe a sunset with your globe. And I was like, why don't you video record yourself doing that? And
why doesn't M Ball go out on the 14th and photograph the ground as that eclipse goes overhead? Because he's going to see the firmament reflected on it.
Yes, I've seen that before too. And if you look like where sunlight is going like on a garage door during that,
yep,
or like on a wall, you'll see all these little freaking crescents, man. You're like all these little crescents all over the place, man. They're all identical. I know, I've seen them. I saw one partial eclipse in California a few years ago, man, and it was like, no, that's not the goddamn moon, man. That is not the moon. Look, the moon's over there. How is that happening over in front of the sun? That's just not working, man.
I read the other day, not for the first time either, that the moon is actually the sun. And that could very easily be with all of that crap that they're doing. It could be.
Like a reflection of it?
No, it says the moon is actually the sun.
What's that song? Where he says the moon is just the sun at night. I tell you black is really white. The moon is just the sun at night. Heaven and Hell. Yeah, it's
heard that.
Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell with Ronnie James Dio was singing with him by that point.
Huh. Well,
black is really white. The moon is just the sun at night. It just kicked into my head when you said that. And I was like, oh, wow. Well, that guy's wife is a witch. Ronnie James Dio, his wife's a witch.
Who isn't out there in Hollywood?
Yeah.
Nothing would surprise me at this point. I'm at that level. I don't think anything could shock me. So, but the good news is, you were talking about the stars. I wanted to go there because Enoch, I think it's 43, maybe it's 45. I think it's 43. Says that the stars in the firmament are all of the righteous souls currently dwelling on earth.
Okay.
So my immediate thought was, well, then what are falling stars? Are they the righteous souls that lost their crown? So I took that, and my father answered that. No, they are not. The falling stars are the righteous on earth who have entered their rest.
What, Enoch 45?
It's either 43 or 45. I think it's 43. It's very, very short.
I've got Yasher, Jubilees, all in this book right here.
Oh, I love the Jubilees too.
Enoch 77. Enoch, let's see, 40. Dun, 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 dun. 45 is.
I think it's 43, Dave.
Okay, so I'm going to see. And I
Sir.
saw other lightnings, and the stars of heaven, and I saw how he had called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. And I saw how they are weighed in righteous balance according to their proportions of light. I saw the widths of their spaces and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning. And I saw their revolution according to the numbers of the angels, and how they keep faith with each other. And I asked the angel who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, what are these? And he said to me, the Lord of spirits has showed you their parabolic meaning. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. Okay, yeah.
Now, I was also told something else. Those whose stars are up there, we're sealed. We cannot fall.
Wow.
So if you got a star up there with your name on it, you're solid gold. You got a golden ticket on my batshit crazy train.
Maybe that's what's behind those people wanting to name stars. You know that
Could
thing
be.
where you can do that? You can have a star named for your wife or some shit like that, right?
Yeah.
That might be, we're not going to. Dave's a ghost. I'm a ghost. Oh, we put a supercharger on the vacuum toilet and it kind of sucks the image out for a second when somebody uses it.
But isn't that just a beautiful thought? When you go out
Yeah.
and you see a shooting star, that's somebody's last breath on this earth.
Yep.
I
It
mean,
might be. Yeah. Well, I don't know. You sure they're not rocks?
I'm absolutely positive.
I mean, you can just look at them and you can tell that they're rocks,
No, you can't look at them through a telescope. You just can't make this shit up. I'm sorry.
There's so much of that, and like Artie. Now I like Artie, Uncle Artie. He's funny, man. He cracks me up. But boy, he came out. He was having a rough time with that bullshit, man. He was like, everything he said was just the crap that they tell you, And it was like a one long appeal to authority. But the scientists said, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Those are the motherfuckers that are lying to you, brother. Common sense says.
Let me do a perfect example of what science says. Okay, I'm a nurse, right? I went to nursing school. Do you think I learned about the endocannabinoid system? Do you think any of my doctors learned about it in medical school? No.
Mm-mm.
Why? Because your cannabis works within it. God created us with this remarkable endocannabinoid system that has the ability to heal us. You can't profit off of healthy people.
It's sick. It's sick. That's what they do too, and they want you sick. They're while they're killing you, they're trying to rape your money as much as they possibly can while they slowly kill you. Because as soon as the insurance runs out and you can't pay anymore, they pull the plug.
Somebody said yesterday, I can't remember, it was on this channel, Brian's channel, about the FDA, right? Protecting us. Well, let me tell you what the FDA did to me. They allowed Boston Scientific, Johnson & Johnson, all these other companies to they grandfathered mesh in off a product removed from the market. I had a 3-level fusion when that was shit in. Excuse me, dyslexic. When that shit was put in. I had 3 autoimmune, so I never should have been a candidate to begin with. Within 3 years, that 3-level fusion needed a 15-level fusion, and I had 11 autoimmunes.
God.
Now, let me tell you about the MDL court system, if you don't mind. Remember, civil suits are going to protect us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
sure.
I had my first surgery to remove one of the pieces in 13. Mesh is basically the what's it called? Poly something. It's your carpet backing.
Right.
That is what they flip and put in you to fix you. Well, if you've ever seen carpet, you know what that crap does, right? It tears up your inside. It has perforated people's organs. It erodes. It's petroleum. It'll kill you.
Mm-hmm.
I am the most blessed person on this earth. I filed my lawsuit in 2015. I'm guaranteed, right, that I'm going to be in a lawsuit with like customers, right? Like people. I'm told how much to expect I'm going to get. And I'm told that if I could have got pregnant, I'd have had $1 million settlement. Lie. So I'm expecting all this stuff. And my divorce settlement hinged on how much I collect from this, right? On as to how long my ex pays maintenance and how much. So I settled, I didn't want to pay extra fees, so I compromised. Well, then I get this settlement offer. And lawyers are the biggest piece of shit, in my opinion, that ever walked this earth. My lawyer used my health number one to drag my divorce out for 1.5 years, which my divorce was twice the cost of a high-priced divorce in the state of Colorado. My lawyer then wanted to attach himself because when you get these settlements, and everybody that's listening needs to understand this, when you get these settlement offers, nobody reads the fine print. You got to pay back every insurance company, and they only negotiate with Medicare and Medicaid. Medicare was my second payer on my first surgery, and my third, my second on my second, and my second surgery hospital alone was $100,000. Now, I get this settlement offer, and I'm expecting something great. It's a good thing my son was here because I went through the roof. Number one, there was 4,300 people in it. 80 and there's 4 categories. The first one, well, they're all based on product removal under general anesthesia, right? These are the guidelines, right? Explain to me why 80% had no MF in surgery. What the hell are they doing in that lawsuit?
Really?
Really?
So wait. Okay, go ahead. That's crazy.
Ones that had one surgery took us up to 97%, right? 17%. I required 2 surgeries from hell devised by Satan himself. Plus one after it that doesn't qualify because the product was removed. Now, does this make sense to you?
No.
And I got to pay back every doctor that treated me and every prior to it being removed. So,
oh God.
I mean, I'm already up to over $200,000, right? I am in the 3% that required 2 or more. 0.7% required 3 or more. And most of them aren't alive. So when I say I am, and my anagram of my name is Abba's miracle, I truly am his miracle.
Listen, man, this something's got to give.
Well, do you know why this happens? Every time that you go online, right? Have you ever taken this? Have you ever taken this? Have you ever taken this?
Yeah.
You qualify for a lawsuit. So anybody that had mesh put in them, there's no justice. And my lawyer refused to take me to court because he said that it's too expensive. And I'm like, I can absolutely prove I should not be walked. Dave, 3 years ago, 4 now, when I began taking CBD, I was just weaned myself off of the most addictive drugs on the market. I required a cane to walk. I required BiPAP and oxygen for central sleep apnea. Well, I know, and my interstitial, I no longer need any of this shit.
When my dad was, they had him gradually increasing with different medications and this, that, and the other. And one of the things was these statins. Don't let them put you on that shit, boy. I'll tell you what, because the side effects are the effects. I'll tell you that right now. My dad He couldn't hardly move. He was stove up. He was having a hell of a time. And I got to reading about it, and I said, "You're going to stop taking these." But the doctor said, I said, "Fuck him. Stop taking these." Within a couple of days, he was back to the normal just from not. And I'm like, "Why did they say you needed this?" And he said, "Because of my cholesterol." I said, "What cholesterol? You're supposed to have cholesterol. Your brain is made out of cholesterol, man."
Do you want
What
to
are
know
you doing?
one of the worst drugs on the market for pain? And it's not a narcotic, it's gabapentin. I was taking 800 milligrams of
Yeah,
that
we probably
4
should.
times a
We
day.
probably shouldn't be
Oops, sorry.
talking about these medications and whatnot, though. These are our own experiences with various medications.
Right.
By all
I'm not
means,
giving medical advice.
consult
I'm just
the blue-haired communists in the basement of Google don't care. But anyway, I'm just going to let everybody know we don't give out any medical advice. See your doctor and get his advice and, make your own informed decisions on that. These are merely experiences that Barbara has had and experiences that I have had with various pharmaceuticals where the side effects came about. So
thank you for that, Dave. But I am going to continue on what I was just saying,
Sure.
because God protects me. I didn't have problems from that, but soon as my mom went on it, I started weaning myself off because all of a sudden I'm taking her to neurologists. My dad took her down, my stepdad, in Arizona, and had the doctor diagnose her with Alzheimer's.
Oh my God.
I took her to 2 neurologists. The first one, Mom and I went in alone, and she was so angry. It was a 2-hour appointment. We walk out, and he goes, "So what did she say?" She goes, "I don't have it." And I mean, she said it just like that, and I could still hear her. And the vehemence in her voice tore me to my soul. So here I am a year and a half later, taking her back, and they're saying it again. So she died in 2018. Guess what her diagnosis is, or what her death certificate says?
Dementia?
No, Alzheimer. And she died of sepsis.
This is the thing about that. That's relatively new. Alzheimer's is a new thing.
It is.
Now, yes, older people in the past used to get a little doddery.
Sundowners.
Yeah, and what they call them, senility. Okay. But nothing like what we're seeing now. This Alzheimer's, this is a new thing. Okay. And all we can do is just, what are the newer factors that could cause that? And there's a lot of
the first one
is aluminum is a big one.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's going up. Has anybody ever wondered that, we had this thing we put out, the American Cancer Society, and their job is to study and find a cure for cancer. But in the whole time they've existed, all we've done is come up with about 500 new kinds of cancers, including one now that they call turbo cancer, just kind of popped up out of nowhere. Wow. There's something to worry about again, I guess.
Well, when right when I started the CBD, I required monthly biologic infusions. Now, this is how screwed up our government is, right? When I got divorced, I went from private insurance to Medicare being my primary, right? Well, private insurance, as long as you got that, you can get the biologics in it, like Injects, like Enbrel and others, for, what was it? I think $10 a month, because there was this program, right, that paid the rest of it, what the insurance didn't. Well, Medicare won't pay the $1,700 a month that these drugs cost, but they will pay $10,000 a month for an infusion.
See, none of it makes there's so much shit involved with anything you let government do. They just, if you want something fucked up, give it to the government. Okay. For instance, I look at this thing, they have FEMA. Now, you understand, in order for FEMA to justify their existence, you have to have emergencies. Yeah, federal emergencies. All right.
Yep.
So having that is to their benefit and justifies their existence. However, do they really help the people in these situations? No, they don't. In fact, they're a hindrance because they'll kick out anybody that's actually in there trying to help.
Look what they did in Hawaii.
Yes, yes. So it's there again in true Luciferian. We're here to help. No, you're not. You're here to make shit worse. Stop.
Well, and if you look at the drugs that, because I was when I was disabled in '98, I was specializing in chemo, and I wanted to go into pediatric oncology because, I mean, kids are my passion. I mean, it literally, since God said go out and multiply, right? It has always been about the children.
Yeah,
it still is.
We got to be careful. You got to, and part of that is turning them into decent adults. Okay.
Well, first, let's back up a step because children, number one, were the forbidden fruit.
Yeah.
So
well, we have to do this too. I mean, it's one thing. Yes, we have to watch out for the children. That's right. Children are going to be our future. So
yes.
Don't spare the rod, right? Spare the rod, spoil the child. You have to actually, turn them into decent people.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Let them do anything they want to, and there's no consequences for it. I mean, really, what's a timeout? Who gives a shit, right? If dad comes home and he takes off his belt because you really fucked up, you don't want mom to call dad at work. That was how that worked.
However, that is the most misunderstood passage in the Bible, in my opinion, because rods and reeds were used to measure. We were to measure our child's understanding so that we could help them avoid the pitfalls of Satan, right? It's not to beat your child to death. I mean, hell, I had the bend over, grab your ankles, and that leather strap on my back in more times than I can count.
Right.
And I didn't deserve 90% of them.
Right. See, the thing, it goes like this. And this was how it was in my household. If you did something really bad, you were getting an ass whooping. Okay. But other than that, it was like commensurate with whatever was going on. And it didn't always involve something like getting your ass paddled.
Oh, mine was you look at me wrong and you're getting your butt beat.
Mouthing off to an adult, mouthing off, being a smart ass or something like that, definitely gets you smacked across the face.
Well,
absolutely, and rightly so.
And when we were growing up, children were to be seen and not heard.
Yeah, well, we didn't quite have it that way. But if you were just doing stupid kid shit, go somewhere else and do stupid kid shit. But me, I like to participate in the conversation. And I've stated this before. I've always talked the way that I do. Okay. And it used to freak a lot of adults out really bad. They didn't know what to do, but I was never spoken to like a baby. I was never said, "Do you want Wawa?" No, it's water. Would you like some water, David? Yes, I would. Thank you. I mean, I was taught to speak properly, and I enjoyed engaging in conversation, but I'd freak people out like the neighbor guy. I think I was about 5 or 6. And I remember he was painting his garage, and I walked over there and he was painting his garage. And he says, "Hi, David, how are you doing?" I said, "I'm doing pretty good today." I said, "So Ken," I'd always started out like that. "So Ken, what do you think of American involvement in Southeast Asia?"
Well, Barbie girl.
This is coming out of a 6-year-old, man. "What do you think of American involvement in Southeast Asia?" He just looked at me and he says, "You should probably run along and play."
You know how kids are like the most honest people alive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they just say what they think. They don't hold anything back. That's me. It's like I don't sugarcoat shit.
No.
It's like you don't want to know the truth. Don't ask me.
It's like when I did that in church as a kid, I said, "Do you know what beguiling means?" And I was like, "Yeah, I know what that means, man." I told him everything. And I put my hand back up. And I said, how do you know Satan hasn't disguised himself as this church?
Actually has.
Yeah, I know. I come to find out I was right. You know, here I am 50 years later. I'm like, oh, fuck, I was right. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah. I always had a problem with the sacraments of communion. Eat my flesh and drink my blood. Now, does that sound like something Christ would say, or does that sound like something Satan would say?
Yeah, it does. And you know, another thing too, I'm not a big Paulist. Okay. I'm not a fan of Paul.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he was a misogynist.
I see him for what he is.
Yeah.
Okay. He's controlled opposition. You understand? So tell me anywhere where Jesus told people he wanted people to worship him.
He never did. Neither did God.
And he never claimed to be God either. That's all Paulist bullshit. You see? That's all about that guy. Come on, man.
Well, I'm going to take that a step further.
There's your wolf in sheep's clothing right there.
Why did they make Mary Magdalene out to be a whore? Because she was that cornerstone of the church.
They had a son. They had a child. Okay.
Yes, they did.
There's a lot of shit about Mary and him being married.
They were.
And that she was pregnant with his child when he was sacrificed.
Do you know, Dave, when I first heard that, right? Because I grew up in the church, and man, I mean, like my faith. So what, I don't know whether you know, I was adopted like 4 years ago by a little Russian girl that was 6 years old. Yeah. God, she makes my heart smile. She's my sweetheart. She's my youngest granddaughter now. She's going to be 11 next month.
Oh, neat.
And she's the one in Virginia. She's the one I want to move to be near her. She begs me, Grandma, please come move here. So her mom was telling me, because they're Russian Orthodox, right? And she told me one night that Christ was married. And I'm like, what? That's blasphemy. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
But she planted that seed. So, you know, and God loves seeds. You plant seeds, they grow. So I came home and I researched it. About a year and a half later, I said, I am so sorry. You were absolutely correct. Christ was married.
Yeah.
And Mary Magdalene was the cornerstone of the church.
There's so much to that the Orthodox, okay, the Eastern Christians look at Western Christians like they're Cocoa Puffs, man.
Well, we are.
Where did you get all that crazy? The fact that they refer to themselves as Judeo-Christians. Hold the phone, baby. Judeo and Christian. They're different, man. Even though they stem from the same monotheistic belief system, right? Judaism does not accept Christ as the Messiah. Okay.
Exactly. Well, they crucified him.
Exactly. Well, the Pharisees were the pushers for that shit right there. You see, they got and they're still doing it. Only they're called the media now.
No, back up. The people wanted Barabbas.
Yeah.
So actually, the Jews did crucify him. The Romans just put him on the cross.
Right. Well, that was so that they didn't get an insurrection on their hands. You see, they were placating the crowd. And that's why Pilate said, I wash my hands of this. You know,
well,
that was symbolic that it's not my fucking problem. That's for you Jewish people to fucking deal with. Okay, it's not for me. And we got our good friend Rasta Bear is backstage. I want to bring him up. Let me see 1 second. Yeah, here's everybody. Welcome. All right. You didn't know we had a live studio audience up here, did you?
Yeah, no. I like it when people clap.
Hell yeah, man.
Rasta.
Hi, Barbara. How are you tonight?
I'm awesome as usual. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. It's been a good day.
I've been having a pretty good day myself, man.
I had to sell my Volkswagen bus because I've needed the money. So I've got a 1970 West Ophelia that I sold today, and he's going to pick it up on Monday. But it's sad to see it go. But it needs a lot of work, so it's just it needs all new seals, and it was like leaking in water and stuff in the rainy season. So
you didn't have to keep a hubcap from it. Did it have the separator line on the VW?
I do. I've got one right here. If you want me to grab it, I can show it to you.
Has it got the separate line or
no?
Not? Wow,
No.
That's cool.
Yeah, you want to see it?
My friend in Death Valley owns a Westphalia, and it's I think it's a 70 or a 71, and I told him about that Mandela effect. Right now, you got to understand, he lives in a ghost town. There ain't no more than 30 people even live in this town, and hardly a lot of people don't even know about it. You got to drive down this old mining road, and down at the end of that mining road, there's this little town, right? Anyway, I was telling him about that, and he says, "Oh, bullshit! He says, that's all I have is Volkswagen." So we go outside and we looked at his Jetta, and of course it had the separator line on it. And I said, "Well, that's a newer one." He says, "Let's go over to my microbus. Let's go over here and look at that thing, right?" So we go over and we look at the hubcap. Separator line, baby. He goes, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "Dude, this means one of two things. Somebody snuck in here while you weren't around or something, found this little ghost town, knew that you have this vehicle and replaced it with exact replicas, only with a separator line, with all the same rust and dirt and everything else still on it. Or this shit's real, man." He's like, "God damn." He says, "No." He says, "There's no way." He says, "How's this going on?" And then I started hitting him with some other ones, man. And it brought him right to it. He couldn't deny it. There it was right in his face. And this wasn't long after I had the Bragg apple cider vinegar change in my cabinet.
Dave, let me tell you what happened to me 4 days ago. I want to take something out to my freezer, right? And I got it. My garage is across the way. So I pull my keys off of my thing because they're on a little clip. And I have them in my hand, right? And I move it there. I cannot find my keys for 3 days. I thought that I threw them. I was going to go dig in the dumpster for them. I haven't left the ground floor, and I've only got like the kitchen, the living room, and the dining room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere to be found. And I'm sitting, "Father, please, I got to fight." I was desperate. He tells me to do my dishes. They're in this pan soaking in my sink. I would never put them there. How the hell did they get there?
Tricksters, man. Trickster demons, man.
Right. I said that night. What, I got leprechauns or something?
There you go. There you go. Check that out.
Beautiful.
Let me keep that up there for a second.
All right.
There we go. Full screen.
Look at that.
That's an artifact.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm keeping this one because Brian has one that UTV gave him, and this is the only one that I have that doesn't have the separator line.
All right, so I got another one I kind of found out about, and I'm not sure because I remembered it right what the way that it is now, but I guess this is a contention with people. And it's kind of a pop culture thing. Batman: Dark Knight Rises, right? The one with Bane, right? Okay.
Isn't that the Aurora shooting one near me?
Yeah. Oh, that's near you. Oh, wow. Yeah. So
yeah, like 15 miles tops.
Oh, hell. Wow.
Yeah.
So do you remember
was it real? I don't know.
You remember the character Bane, right? What did he do? What was his pastime that he would do all the time when he was talking to people or whatever? Does anybody remember?
Smash their heads.
Does anybody remember him knitting? I do. I remember I thought that was wild. That's what he does. He knits. He learned to do that when he was locked in that place all them years that made him be who he is. And he's always knitting. You always see him with his shit knitting. And I guess that slipped by a lot of people, or there's a lot of people that don't recall him doing that, but I do. I thought it was kind of wild because here's this big tough guy, but he's knitting all the time, you know? I remember even pointing it out to my wife. I said, "See, look, you could be a badass too, just because you crochet. That ain't nothing. Man, look, crochet.
I can't even crochet.
Yep. No, I don't remember the crochet, but he might have. I don't know though. I don't remember that. I would have probably noticed that because I like crochet stuff. One of my baby's moms was real into crocheting.
Let me see if I can find that.
What does chilling say, Rasta? What's the part on the hubcap? It's just the hubcap, and it's just normal hubcap. I don't know if it's if it's official Volkswagen or if it is a aftermarket, because that would
gonna look up, man.
It says Enter Zen Chrome Tall.
If a lot of people aren't familiar, if you're not familiar with the Mandela effect, is that everyone remembers the Volkswagen symbol being exactly like what Ross the Bear was just showing, but apparently it has never been that there is a separator line between the V and the W now.
Kind of like the Ford.
Always been there.
Check out the Snow White cup I have right here. This Snow White cup, it's original. It's real official Disney merchandise, right?
Right.
And on the back, it has the saying, and it says, "Mirror, mirror,
Mirror on the wall.
on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?"
Now it's Magic Mirror.
Yeah, and it's never been Mirror, mirror, except on official Disney merchandise. It still says "Mirror, mirror on the wall."
You know, my first watch in 1968 was a Disney watch, and it was Snow White's watch. I wish I still had it.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pieces of residue, just because it's so undeniable. I mean, it's and any spinoff of Snow White, like, because there's like 100 different versions of Snow White, the way they tell it. And on many of them, I think even one of the versions of Snow White is called Mirror, Mirror. And in a lot of the spin-off versions, they still say Mirror, Mirror.
So, see, he's got this yarn in his hand here in this scene. There's other scenes. Let me see.
He looks like Hannibal Lecter.
He does a bit, don't he?
He might be his brother.
Yeah, his brother. Notice how you can knit some Bane shit yourself that I was looking for. Don't have a lot of scenes of him doing it, I guess. But I remember that. I was like, what the motherfucker's knitting? What's going on with that guy? Here he is again. He's got his knitting needles and his thread and shit. And he'd be standing there watching stuff, telling people what to do and everything while he was knitting. I don't know. Pretty crazy.
I'm going to interject real quick, because I'm not able to watch the chat and interject so much. Y'all hit that like button and share. YouTube algorithm sucks.
Oh, it does, man. Thank you so much. Yes. You know what? I'm going to put my little banner up.
And Raymond Brady asks if I'm a deadhead because of the Volkswagen bus. And yes, I'm a huge deadhead. I'm also a big fish fan. I got the fish tattoo on my arm there, and I got another fish tattoo on my chest.
It could be worse, Rasta. You could have like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Copernicus and Einstein and shit. There's a guy that literally had that dumb shit tattooed on him. Other men tattooed on him.
Getting Neil deGrasse tattooed on your ass, right on your cheek there.
I was gonna get a rooster on my calf, and then bet people that I had a cock that hung below my knee.
You know what?
That's a pretty good one.
I had 36 double D's till the Mandela effect.
6 double D's is a
well, that's a good Mandela effect.
Now see, they're not all bad, right?
Yeah,
not all bad. Only got bad things masks look like.
I'm hoping the Mandela effect's gonna help me win the Powerball tonight. I rarely play, but I bought 2 tickets today, and it's just
when they draw
$1.2 billion, even though it's likely rigged.
It's called the idiot tax.
Most of the and you never hear of who wins it, and it normally is somebody in like New Jersey, and so it normally like goes to the mafia or whatever.
It's always some old motherfucker that's is going to die in about 6 weeks too. It's like, oh well, shit. They took the payment. Damn. That's always goes like it's never anybody you ever met or know. The only person I ever knew that won anything like that, there was a lady that lives not too far from here. a few years back. She won a yellow Humvee off of Wheel of Fortune or some shit.
You know what?
Yeah.
I went on scratch tickets. I don't play a lot of. I like scratch tickets.
Yeah, I always just like to daydream on what I would do with the money, you know, because like I only need that a little bit, you know, in life to really be happy. You know, I'd like to be able to travel a little bit and stuff, but other than that, I would like use all the money to help out all my people that I know who like are struggling and need things. And you know, there's like a couple of community centers that I you know envision opening, and really just. I would use it all to better this world and make it into like a brighter place. And it's just sad that more people that have money don't do that. You know, like they're so selfish for the most part with you know, their desires, and they think they're going to take so much of it with them when they die.
Yeah, right.
And,
Temporary gains. People sell their souls for them every day.
Yeah, I mean, you look at. I just read like Michael Jordan. Just like came now worth like $3 billion. And the picture of him they used, he just looked like a freaking demon. Like his eyes looked so demonic, and he just looked. It's like the more money you get, like the more wickedness you.
Let me
you
tell you
get.
what I can't stand about the idiot tax. Okay, when I go in a place and I'm wanting to, you know, just pay for my fucking coffee, get a pack of cigarettes, and my gas. And there's some son of a bitch sitting up there scratching tickets and cashing them in and scratching tickets like he's at a goddamn casino. Buy your tickets and get the fuck out of here. Come back with them if you win. Let the rest of us carry on with our day. Okay? Stop. These people are insane, man. I'm like, just stop with your nonsense, man. And it's more that self-absorption that people have. They don't oblivious to other people around them and everything, you know.
Well,
I agree. Certain things at the store you should buy and take home. Like, you know, you're not meant to just stand there and scratch them all. Just like, you know, back in the day, they don't even sell them anymore. But back, you know, like back before porn was free on the internet, they used to sell a whole rack of porno magazines behind
That's
the
what I was just
counter.
gonna say, Rasta.
You know, and it's like
there at the counter.
you wouldn't be standing there, looking at your adult magazine at the service station either.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they do now, Dave. Look at what we had last night on your channel.
Oh my God,
Lord,
right?
have mercy.
Jeez, where do these people come from? I can't even fathom. Yeah, it's like whatever.
You know what I would have said if I were you, Dave? I mean, that first one.
What? Go
you know,
that's at 46.
Don't write home to mama about this one, you know. Good Lord, have mercy.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about, ZXL.
So you were talking about the demon possession last night, huh? Somebody.
Oh, the guy that came on, like, oh my Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, no, that's.
Thankfully, I missed the second one, Ross. Thank praise you, Father. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, no, I heard you talking about your feelings towards Paul, and I've been calling out Paul the Apostle for years. Like he's just really bothered me, and you know, it's rubbed me the wrong way. Just how like. You know, he was a murderer of Christians, and then all of a sudden they just decided to let him write most of the New Testament. I mean, the New Testament wouldn't even be like it wouldn't be more than a few books without the, you know, all the writings of Paul. And
we're joined by Sing here tonight.
Well, Rasta, I'm glad that you brought that back up, because what I wanted to ask you was what motivated you to come on tonight? What were Sav and I talking about that spurred you? So thank you.
I mean, that was a big part, just because I do like to chime in on that stuff, that topic especially, because I feel exactly the way you do, Sav, like that Paul the Apostle, you know, he was like who Jesus warned about when he said, you know, a lot of people will come in my name and pretend that they know me, but he does not know them, you know, because like they're deceivers. and people who will come and just hijack the message, because like Christ, not only, there's a huge gap in the history of Christ where, like he, from like 12 till like he came back to do his ministry, where he just like dipped out. And so a lot of people like suspect maybe he went to India and studied Buddhism and other things, like there's a lot that's just unanswered. There's speculation that he went to Japan.
I think he went to Tibet.
Yeah, he probably, more. Yeah, and the Buddhists claim that they have the Tibetan writings where he went and like studied. And so, I mean, it's pretty
you read
legit.
the Gospel of Thomas, though, Rasta, it is exactly that philosophy when it comes to prayer and healing. It is perfect. It's exact, man. Go ahead.
And there's also, I've read that when Christ resurrected and came back, he spent 11 years with Mary Magdalene and the apostles, which sounds completely, I mean, it makes 100% perfect sense to me. Now, and I want to address something else really, really quick, because this hit home with me so much. And I think a lot of people in the chat, because I mentioned the other day that, I have peace that passes understanding the last few years. And they talk about how much of the Bible is allegory and that. And when they talk about Christ walking on water, I read that and you were in the middle of a storm, right? And that's exactly where the world is. Christ balanced his emotion is what that meant. Not that he literally, who knows, maybe he did literally walk. But during that storm, when everybody else was panicked, he balanced his emotions. And I can so relate to that because I've had to do that for the last 7 years. And, cast your net to the right because your ego lives in the left, tied to that, mother, not the church. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. No, I've had my difficulties balancing my emotions. I get really emotional, and it's caused a lot of trouble with a few of my relationships with women throughout the years. I mean, I've been single for about a year now, which sucks, but it's like I've got 3 kids with 3 babies' moms, and it wasn't just my emotions that caused the problem. I mean, they're real believers of all the agendas, and they it causes a lot of division when like you're on a path of truth, and I've been this way since before my son was born, and that he's just turned 17 today, and so I mean I've been on this path for about half my life or more, where I've been hardcore into it. But I mean,
I have 2 grandkids that are 17. Good Lord.
When the first Matrix movie came out, that one was a really big eye opener to me, that that it was something. But then like today's my son's birthday, and the day of the alert system thing, that went out, which I got tired earlier.
You think it might have turned everybody a little bit more gay?
It could have. Like I was actually watching this guy called JWTV. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
No.
He's a flat earther, but he's also really into a lot of other stuff. I highly recommend his channel. But he was talking, he had this video where they showed some type of like frequency meter, and they set it on top of their phone when the alert went off. And it definitely changed from like it was green, and then it went from orange to red, which I guess red means really bad. And then like after they shut off the alert, it went back down to green. And so that's that's something at least that What
about you, Sing? Did the alert make you a little bit more gay?
Oh, totally. Just
I was walking along, and I saw this. I just went, that's a mighty fine looking penis over there, and I don't know, it just like came out of nowhere.
What?
It was right after that alert too. I was like, why did I say such a thing? Holy cow!
Sovereign, you mean pepperoni sausage?
Yeah, you say sausage, I say mighty fine penis. Whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Tomato.
Yeah, no, it was fascinating to see the build up to this alert though, and like all the clickbait that people were making for like their YouTube channels and stuff. Like it was really the fear factor was being pushed hardcore, and like even like InfoWars was like pushing it hardcore, which they were the ones talking about the frogs turning gay back in the day with like the
Yeah, but he was right.
JFK Jr.
But he was right.
Yeah, I think they are right. You know,
he was right, man.
Listen,
glyphosates are known in the chemist community as the gender bender, bro.
Yeah, no, I agree.
With the frogs, and he was putting it into layman's terms, but he had already explained that this shit fucks with your endocrine system, man.
Yeah, no, I believe that.
It turned frogs gay, man. It did. Now it's turned. Look at us now. Look at us now.
Yeah,
we got men, women, in about 42 different kinds of gay.
Oh yeah, you don't have to tell me. I mean, I live in Portland, Oregon, one of the gayest places in the world. I mean, like the percentage of trans kids in the schools here is just astronomical. Where it's definitely like a good. It's probably up to like 20 or in some schools probably even close to 40% now. Where it's like it's just you can't tell me that's not like a indoctrinational agenda, because I mean there's no other way around that.
Yeah.
From your opinion here, everybody, what do you think's pushing this more for people to turn out like that?
Well, it's a demoralization of our society.
Who's the protectors? Who's generally the protectors of a society? It's the men, right?
Yeah.
If you got the men acting like women and they don't know what to do, and they're all feminized and shit, soy, and they got nuts that are dried up like sun-dried tomatoes because they don't have any goddamn man juice running through them and everything, what kind of a threat would that be? Not at all. You can blow them away with a leaf blower.
Hey, there was a song called Pimp Juice.
Called what?
Pimp juice.
The pimp juice, yeah. You gotta let the pimp juice loose.
Hold on a second. Pimp juice? Like pimp?
Yeah, PIMP.
Time out.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me.
Time out.
Poor Barbara can't breathe back there. She's laughing so hard.
Yeah,
let's welcome Moonbounce.
Yeah, what's up, Moonbounce?
Moonbounce.
We didn't give him an applause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Moonbounce to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be back in Memphis.
I have a prepared response for when like Toon shows up or somebody like that. Right? Let's welcome McToon to the panel.
Yeah, if you
Yeah, let's not say we did, okay?
Right.
My thumb automatically pointed toward the ground for some reason.
I know, right?
You have a gay meter.
No, we don't have one of those. Let me see if I can find one. Let's see if they have that. Gay meter.
Man, I remember that. God. You pointed at somebody and pulled the trigger. Gay.
Gay fatality.
Dave,
it'll be like the finish him move in Mortal Kombat, except it'll be like they never know. Next Mortal Kombat might have a type of gay finish him.
Dave,
or sort of transform somebody.
I
truly believe.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I truly believe it's most the media doing this, because most of the kids have to get influenced at some stage where they are influenceable. And a lot of kids these days are into rap music, a type of funk and R&B and hip hop and that. And I watch a lot of that and a lot of gay subliminal messages, but also not directly in the song. Well, sometimes in the songs, but the way they represent themselves. You know, they got the man buns on. They're painting their nails. They're jamming around naked in some videos.
Well, have you ever seen like Birdman and Lil Wayne? You know, like they kiss each other on the lips. And Birdman adopted Lil Wayne, you know, as you know, a young thug, and so like they got, you know. And then there's that what's his name? Eminem and Dr. Dre, you know, they're a little bit more buddy than you want to think. And Tupac was a raging you know, flamer as well. You know, he was an actor, and the whole hip hop industry is owned by not the gays but the Jays, and you know, they own the hip hop.
There we go. Well, apparently, though, before you get in the club of the billionaire club, signing a contract, you have to be turned out. There's an initiation stage level where there's a certain bosses with masks on, and they pretty old males with males, and you got to do what they're gonna say, or else you don't go to the next stage of your contract, or you don't make it into the perceived in the club where, you know, just things like that is a norm. For myself, I have nothing against gays. I had a gay friend. We used to hang out a long time ago, many years ago, maybe 20 years ago. We used to go to like gay clubs and stuff. I had the best times, but I had to draw the line when this person became attracted to myself, and he, you know, expressed his attraction to myself. I just basically said, look, I think you're cool. Get over it. If you can just, you know, be normal the way things were, then we can. If you don't get over it, then I'm going my own path.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I mean, living here in Portland, and you know, I lived up in Bellingham and all over the West Coast. You know, I've become friends with quite a few gays, and like my next door neighbors at my last house, it was like this transsexual couple where like the woman was pretending to be a man and the man was pretending to be the woman, and then they adopted 2 kids. And both the kids, God bless their hearts, they were transitioning them as well. One was like 10 years old, and it was just so sickening to have to see. But I mean, at the same time, I was very, you know, on good terms with these neighbors. I even helped them when they moved out, and you know, did some work for them. And you know, we were always, you know, I was always talking to them and showed them respect, just because. You know, I try to look for the humanity in people, regardless of what, you know, because a lot of times it's not even, you know, a lot of times they just took the ticket, like you say, from the media and from whatever, because they've required now in almost every, and they want
it's easy to go kumbaya with shit like that, but let's change it up a little bit. Let's suppose that those freakazoids were torturing puppies. Would you still be cordial to them? Because that's exactly what they're doing. They're torturing human puppies and turning them into fruits, man.
Yeah, no, I understand, you know, and I really, it's a tough one because I'm not pleased about it. But I mean, like I say, when you live in Portland, where I mean, you pass a gazillion of these transition children while you're walking around and stuff. I mean, it's like you have to pick your battles. Just because you don't have to.
I'd get the fuck out of there, Rasta. I'd get the fuck out of there. There was a reason that they left Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, God put me here on the front lines of the battlefield for this Armageddon, and so like I'm right where I'm supposed to be. You know, I left for a couple years and moved to
fall and pick up the flag and come back to the front lines, bro. You're caught behind enemy lines way bad.
You know, Dave, when I worked at the University of Florida back in before I became a nurse, back in 82 to 85. And I went from the registrar's office to the College of Architecture. And I was the only secretary. It took up 2 secretaries to replace me. But at the landscape architecture and interior design, I didn't know that 3 of the, the director of interior design was gay and 2 of the professors were. I had no idea. 2/3 of the students were. And that 2 of my landscape architects, because they did not put on the flags and crap back then. That was kept behind closed doors where it belongs. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I mean, what you do behind closed doors
Now
is
you
your
can just
business.
all you have to do is look for the guy with feathers sticking out of his asshole. And, oh, that's the gay guy.
Yeah,
you gotta make it a point. You gotta make it a point. So because they want to put it in your face because they want to get confrontational.
I mean, most of the presidents now, you know, like their wives are not women. You know, like honestly, Biden's one of the only ones who his wife actually looks like a real female. Like the rest of them that we've had, you know, in the past numerous years have not. You know, even Aleister Crowley looks an awful lot like Barbara Bush.
Now, I'm going to tell you something. I don't want you to get an erection when I describe this, but I want you to picture Barbara Bush in a negligee. All right.
You mean
You should do
Aleister
a little-
Crowley, because they look an awful lot alike.
Right.
I mean, have you ever seen a side by side of Aleister Crowley and Barbara Bush?
All I know is they took poor Aunt Jemima off the pancake box and they left Barbara Bush on the oatmeal box.
Right.
So,
Hey,
Well,
and
look
that
at
person,
HRC.
that person in that horse outfit that you showed the other night was not looking for a confrontation.
That what now?
No. Didn't you show that horse, that person walking down the street in the shoes and the horse head?
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't looking for a confrontation.
I was on Twitter the other night after I got off your stream, and I'd been talking about Elon Musk, right? And so I posted a tweet on there to Elon Musk saying that he should run for president, even though he's like not natural born citizen. I'm like, it didn't stop Obama from being natural born, didn't stop Obama from being president. And he read my tweet and he retweeted it. I was like, wow. I was like, that's pretty dope. Elon Musk retweeted me.
I wouldn't want Elon Musk.
I think out of all the actors, he's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, but he's just as deceptive as the rest. You know that he knows that there's no going to space and shit. He's just running the same game on you.
And you know
he does some ridiculous shit about SpaceX.
He does what Trump does.
I mean, he talks about that we're going to Mars.
Trump, hey, you know that tweet was real because it looked so fake.
Right.
Hey, Dave, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Moon Bounce, I think, is echoing, or is it me? I pray it's not me.
It's not you. It might be Moon Bounce. Check
Thank
your
you.
audio if you would, please.
Yeah,
Moon
thank you.
I mean,
this is what they do. Look, they read the room. Donald Trump is a fantastic salesman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I enjoy what he says a lot of times. Like I really like as an actor perspective, I really enjoy Trump.
However, you have to remember the same puppeteer that had his hand up Obama's ass has his hand up Trump's ass and has his hand up Biden's ass and has his hand up every one of these little sock puppets that are playing different characters. Okay.
I agree.
That's how this shit is. Now, when it comes down to it, Trump, and like Elon Musk, does the same thing. He can read the room and he says what those people want to hear in a convincing manner. That's good salesmanship. You get those people agreeing with shit so that they're in tune to say yes, yes, yes. You're affirming all their fucking piss offs and everything else in the goddamn corrupt media. Yes, yes, right? He knows what the fuck he's doing. Now, do you think that's the real Donald Trump?
No, and once you realize that and once you notice that, it makes it a lot more fun because like I like Biden. I think he's all hilarious. Like he's one of my favorite presidents so far, not because he's doing a good job, but just because of his gaffes and him like he like gets lost on stage sometime. And even Trump did a great impersonation of him the other day. He was like doing a speech and he did an impersonation of Biden.
Time out, take a breath. There's like 3 other people on the panel.
Right, awesome. You get rambling, bro. You do. You start rambling really bad.
I'm
sorry. All I gotta say about Biden is after I seen Mr. Kissy, I had a different opinion.
Mr. Kissy Kissy, who are you talking about?
Yeah, I did. He kisses his niece on the lips. It's one of his meetings he had. Come on now, right? What the hell? But I'll just leave it
Ashley's
there.
diary
Yeah, I
talks
agree, Rasta. They're good actors. They're good actors, and that's about it. And they're all puppeteered, right? They're staged to say what they're going to stage. It's like scripting to win the favor of the audience, right? That's all it is. But at the end, they always do something fucked up, anyways, to screw shit up, right? It's like to get everybody. They get in the president, and then they throw all the poison, the plans. It's all like, did you say you're going to do this? No comment.
Hey, see,
Yeah.
I want to expound on what you just said because and nice to be with you on a chat for once.
Likewise.
Because when Trump went on that whirlwind tour right after he went into office, if y'all watch that, right? He went to what was it? 7 countries. He started in Saudi Arabia, where they did the sword dance, and they gave him the keys to the kingdom. Now, all but 4 nations gave him the keys to the kingdom during that. That should have been a big red flag. He walked in front of the King of England. He addressed Prince Charles' troops, or King. Well, I guess he's king now. Yeah, Anyways, and then he had 2 meetings with the EU, both of which he showed up late. And they all gave him keys to the kingdom except 4 countries. Now, if that don't raise red flags, I got to plug in my phone real quick, so give me a second.
Did you see where they gave him this crown of King David here recently? Israel did.
Yes.
They presented him with this crown of King David. And, they've got coins in Israel with Trump's head on it. Like they see him as the Messiah in a lot of ways.
The Moshiach.
Yeah, the Moshiach. Yeah, and they really believe this, and I believe personally that they already have the 3rd temple constructed underneath Jerusalem, that they've done it underground this time, and because they've got the Temple Society, and they've had all the relics, and they even found the perfect, no blemish brown calf here recently, to prepare for beginning sacrifices again.
The red heifer.
Yeah, the red heifer.
Oh, they already sacrificed 3 of them last year.
Yeah, but now, like I'm saying, they've got the temple, and on top of that, like for a few years, especially when it first came out, I got really into the Q stuff. Like I was a Q-tard for like a while, and I was really into it. Like I was watching like the X22 report and like a few other of these Q channels that got deleted from YouTube. They got taken down everywhere. Especially with which I don't know. It's probably part of the plan. Like they're one of the biggest reasons. Like so many channels got scrubbed. When they really went through and just started deleting people's channels left and right, and it's fascinating because there's still some people out there who still trust the plan. And, like there was this Red October post that was made back in like 2017 or 2018. And every year since then in October, they're like, oh, this must be the year that Q is talking about, because Q works in linear distances of time where sometimes Q doesn't mean the year that they're talking about. It might mean 3 to 5 years up the road. That's what the Q prophecy was talking about.
Okay, so
Rasta, let me expound on what you're doing, because it is so much. It goes so much deeper. Because
Operation Trust.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but Kim Clement was an alleged prophet, right? He predicted that Trump would be elected. He died right before he was, in fact. He said that he would be elected. He'd have 2 terms. He would be impeached. Now, I know enough about the military. I know enough about elections, or not elections. I'm sorry. I know enough to know what's going on. I believe. Clement. Trump was going to be the Trump. He is the King Cyrus appointed for this time.
Yeah.
Well, number one, first of all, nobody is in power without my father allowing them to be in power. So, yeah, that prophecy. has been basically fulfilled. But Trump, believe me, is not his. He was appointed. He is not your savior.
No, I know he's not the savior, but I do enjoy how it's fascinating how like triggered people like Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. Like you mentioned the name Donald Trump around people, and they will lose their minds. So I mean, I do think it is part of the plan because like before there's an all-out Red Dawn invasion of our country, they want to invoke a civil war, and I think they're going to use Trump and him getting reelected to do so. Just like, like with Kevin McCarthy being removed as Speaker of the House. I mean, they already asked Trump, I think it was this morning, because some people have already nominated him to become the Speaker of the House. And he said that he would take the job. And so like he's, they're already like gearing up, setting the stage for this act where, and even in The Simpsons, it shows Trump dying in a coffin.
Yeah. There you go. Trump's already gone. Good as gone. Programmed already by the elite.
But they say he's only going to be gone for a while, and then they'll do some type of. He'll either not really be dead, or they'll fake a resurrection act. Because I mean, here soon, especially considering where we are in this Armageddon, like if you're referring to biblical prophecies, the Antichrist character is going to have to arise on the scene at some point soon. Like there's going to be this great and powerful leader that everyone is just going to be so in awe over that they're
I'm not laughing at you.
Take a breath. Number one.
Okay.
Have you
the Antichrist?
Have you heard of the Jesus strand and -48 bullshit?
No, let's hear it.
All right. So what was it? 2.5 years ago, I was led to this crap. -48 comes out of nowhere. His name, Michael Brian Protzman. You do the gematria on it. It's Patrick Bouvier Kennedy. Yeah, they faked his death. They faked Arabella's death. And all of a sudden, Trump, Flynn, JFK Jr., right? He's on all the Trump rally signs, right? As vice president. Yeah, JFK didn't die he died, but he arose on the 4th day. He is the Christ bloodline. He is directly related to Lincoln. When Arabella and them were born, they were sent off to, I can't remember the name of the guy over there that's also related. I mean, here's this they did 2 damn videos on this crap. Thousands of people bought into it. Over 1,000 people showed up in Dallas at Dealey Plaza expecting these Kennedys to show up. They were told to buy tux and gowns. They did. So the parade comes, Kennedys didn't show, but this ambulance goes by with numbers on it. And I do gematria. I love gematria. So, yeah. Actually, this is a mother that taught me gematria. So this goes on. And all of a sudden, these guys that stayed there, they lived off of other people. Donations and that at I think it was a Hilton. And Negative has this like penthouse, and he's got this room there that they call the Ark, and they're all going in. He's giving them all this information and that. And all these people buy this bullshit. And I did. You want to believe this stuff? It was the 4th day that broke it for me. Nothing happened in.
Well, this Q bullshit that they had going
exactly.
On. All right. So what that is modeled after an old Soviet plan that was used when they were still trying to seize power in what became the Soviet Union. All right. There were actually factions fighting for control, one of which groups exemplified in Dr. Zhivago were the whites, and not meaning white-skinned people, but the whites, and they were the Belarusians, right? And the communist Reds. All right. So what they did is, of course, the best way to control the opposition is to be the opposition. You understand? So they got all these people believing in this thing to trust the plan. It was Operation Trust.
Yep.
We got agents on this. There ain't no way they can get out of it. Y'all just sit back and relax. We got this. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. And they did. And you see what ended up happening. And Stalin killed over 8 million of his own fucking people.
Well, here they went to January 6th, and most of them are going to, some of them that didn't even do anything serious are looking at 17-year or whatever sentences when they're letting people just run amok on our streets, you know, and do.
But you understand what that's for, don't you, Rasta Bear?
Oh yeah.
Just who's gonna even think about something like that in the future? Holy cow, those people. And the little subliminals they used to give us at sign off when they played our national anthem and showed us the words. The subliminals in there often repeated, rebellion will not be tolerated.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they wanted to make an example of them. And, you know, same with, you know, like back when I was into the Q stuff, and like I voted for Trump in 2016, like when I knew voting was a bunch of crap, and I'm never going to vote again. But I mean, I did. And you know, back when COVID started and whatnot, I went to a few of these rallies, you know, like the Open Oregon rally and a few that were, you know, where we'd stand on the side of the road and wave, like I had a big Q flag I'd wave, and like they had like a bunch of Trump flags, and like there was a bunch of like the Proud Boys there, like because they're, you know, like they would be out there at the marches, and so I got to talking to a lot of them, and you know, they were nice guys, you know, like they're definitely like the head of the Proud Boys, or like the Patriot Prayers or whatever. They said like he was a white supremacist, but he was a Hispanic dude. And so it's like, it's such nonsense. Like when you look at the way the media spins it, even though like they probably were, you know, CIA operatives as well, you know, like that whole organization was, you know, just like the QAnons, they were, you know, a part of the disinformation as well. Wait, one more thing, and then I'll let you talk. And what you're saying with the Soviets, you know, is very, you know, it ties right in with Yuri Bezmenov. If you've ever seen like the interview on the KGB defector, Yuri Bezmenov, he talks about the whole process of demoralization of a nation, you know, and you know, how you basically rip apart a nation from the inside by demoralizing it.
Exactly.
And we've already completed that process.
I want to make two comments, and you just hit the nail on the head there, because Satan destroys from within, be it the family, the community, the church, the nation. I mean, that's how Satan works. The cancer is within, and the same within each of us. I mean, you gotta tie to that damn ego. But I saw what you posted there, Saab, on Princess Diana. Well, yeah, apparently she faked her death. And according to everything I'm seeing, she's James Furnish, allegedly, married to Elton John. But the Jesus strand says she's Trump's real wife, not Melania. So who the hell knows what's true?
Yeah, they love to repurpose these characters that are on the main stage, you know, like have you ever seen a picture of Morgan Freeman next to Jimi Hendrix? Not saying that they're alike, but I mean, they look just alike. I mean, they've got the freckles, the same nose. Like you might be
interested to know too that Morgan Freeman does play guitar quite well and left-handed.
Oh, what? He's even then that just adds to like the whole rabbit hole. Just like Bill Hicks, you know, is clearly Alex Jones. Like they're one and the same. Like there's like I've done some pretty deep dives on Bill Hicks, and you know, like how he died at a pretty young age, and then Alex Jones didn't really come onto the scene till not too long after Bill Hicks had, you know, faked his death. And you could go on with these characters who are playing different roles. I mean, Michael Jackson, he used to be known for putting on costumes and stuff, and he went to his own funeral. there's video of him like going there in a costume and sitting there at his own funeral. Jim Morrison, the coffin that Jim Morrison was buried in was like several
Rush
inches
Limbaugh, you mean?
Uh-huh.
Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh, exactly. And then there's videos of Elvis. He's like this pastor down in, I think, in like Virginia or something. Like,
Reverend Bob Joyce.
yeah, exactly. It's like, and it goes on and on. I mean, these characters, it's fascinating. The ones that.
Sonny Bono is Vincent Fuchsia that shows up at all Tramps rallies, apparently.
Yep, and then Billy, and, you know, if you've watched Mike Williams, you know, he breaks down like Billy Shears, how he's Paul McCartney, you know, from the Beatles. And, you know, and he goes deep into Tavistock and things like that.
Cher is actually Morticia Adams.
You want to know, you know, what's really interesting is I've been reading, and it's not the first time I've read it, that Job was changed, and it's not the only one, because it talks about reincarnation and karma. And I went through 10 years of literal Job trials in which everything I loved, held dear, or thought important was taken from me by Satan. And you know what it did? It only drew me closer to my Father. So yeah, mission failed. Good job on that with Satan. And now my Father's restoring all of my losses. He's already restored my health. I mean, it only gets better from here because his eternal kingdom is at hand. 80% of the people are not aware of it. I mean,
well, I've seen way too much Jesus Trump bullshit to last me a goddamn lifetime.
Oh, you and me both.
And this guy and this is what gets me, man. He comes out on stage jiving and dancing, if you want to call it that, to the gay national anthem YMCA, which is about grooming young men in a gymnasium, for Christ's sake.
Yes.
Oh, he must have looked totally sexy.
Well, and his wife, like I say, is a man. It's no Melania even sounds like man. And the second you see it, you can't unsee it. Just like Michael Obama, you know, like once you see that thing dangling down there, like you'll never be able to look at Michael again and say, "Oh, that's a beautiful woman." And you know, and once you see the Adam's apple on Melania, and you're like, "Dang, you're right. There's no way that's a woman." You can just.
Well, I'm sorry. I am not proven I am a woman on camera, so
well,
deal with it.
We didn't ask you. I believe you. You're like I say, like, you know, there's some of them that, you know, there are clearly. I'm still up in the air about Taylor Swift. I really hope that she is, because I definitely think she's
got the hots.
She's pretty cute. Yeah, I like her music.
Sarah had a faucet, so I mean, holy shit.
Yeah.
You know, some of these conversions are hard to tell.
Yeah,
some
they are, and that's why I don't feel bad if they're too hard to tell. I'm like, okay, I give myself a free pass on that one. You know, like, because I mean, there's sometimes, I don't know if you've ever been driving down the street and you'll be like checking out a butt, and then you'll get like really close up onto the person, and then you'll like drive past them and you'll be like, oh, what did I just look at?
Oh, it's a guy. It's a heavy metal rocker with tight jeans on. I've done that before, and I was like, ah.
Yeah, that happens.
I haven't checked out butts in over 30 years. Good Lord, I'm old.
Yeah.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said I haven't checked out butts in over 30 years. I'm getting old. Hell, I'm 66 though, so what do you expect?
Yeah. No, so you gotta.
You're never too old to check out butts.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate the beauty. You know, like they weren't made to not be checked out. That's for sure.
Well, I think you gotta leave your house to check them out, don't you?
It has to do with in nature, what is known as presenting.
Yeah, I mean it's the only place it's the only place in nature where we can really find curvature too. You know, so we gotta appreciate curvature when we actually find it out there.
That's the only place we actually need any curvature. You know.
Hey, I got the curves in the right places, so that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Flat Top Hank says that we might as well vote for Hitler's dead corpse over Biden or Trump. Well,
Yeah.
listen, if you really think, hold on, here's what
I'll be honest here. Donald Trump reminds me of a Walt Disney character that was brought and animated to life somehow.
Uh-huh. I like him, honestly. Like I don't mind having him.
Here's what you got to really look at.
He's cool, but
the president of the United States, in all reality, should have so little power that it doesn't matter who the fuck it is.
Well, they really do have that little power.
That's right. So they got our attention focused on that. Now, their main big power that they have over outside of a veto, okay, actually, executive orders are unconstitutional, man. I don't know why they've not ever been just struck down, but there again, we can go to what Lysander Spooner said about the Constitution. It is either allowed a government such as we have or been a miserable failure at preventing such a thing. So we look at it that way. But his only big power is war powers, okay? Commander-in-chief war powers. But he's only supposed to be able to do that for a limited period of time, not just endlessly without war being declared. But we don't do that. Now,
Martial law.
Throughout the United States' history, we have been at war for 98% total of our existence. We have been at war or conflict with someone else in the world. Our national anthem is about fucking war, for Christ's sake. That's what we do.
Yes.
We're assholes.
Yeah.
We really are. We're assholes.
And we're the henchmen for this little tiny country in the Middle East called Israel. That most of our politicians have dual citizenship too. Almost all
you
of
mean
them.
the one that Trump made Jerusalem like the new holy city and capital of?
He moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv, which is the capital of Israel.
And it's also the gayest city, one of the gayest cities in the entire world, Tel Aviv.
Portland.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
you get rid of that gay if you move out. No, he didn't.
Yeah, but let's see. Live music was saying that what Bear likes Trump, and yes, I do like Trump an awful lot. I think he's one of the best comedians ever. He's absolutely hilarious. Like how he gives people nicknames, and how he just he totally can roast anyone who gives him shit.
Take a breath.
But on top of that, I just wanted to say, I like Trump, but I like Biden. I think Biden's.
But what is it going to matter? What does it matter?
It doesn't. That's why I can like him.
Why are we even focused on it? We're 99. Where everything that has to do with your finances, as far as the nation's finances, happens at, right?
In Ukraine?
No. Kind of. Before it gets to the Ukraine, anything to do with spending or money is done in the House of Representatives. Those are the purse strings of the nation. All right. That's who you need to fucking focus on, people.
Now, Dave, I want to ask a question because we're talking about Jerusalem, right? So you got this wailing law, right? And all these people go up and they pray and how many hours these people anally spend there?
Barbara, there's not even a single fucking whale around the thing. So it's like, why are you calling it that?
That's good, Dave. So, but we're in the COVID, right? These people are kissing the walls.
Oh, I know.
Why didn't they fumigate the damn thing?
They don't kiss the wall. They do. But if you look what they're doing, it's like a humping motion. They're humping that wall is what they're doing. It's really
sickos.
They're probably praying to get their foreskins back. They're like, give it back. Give it back. Why did you make me take it? You made me with a foreskin. Why did you take it? I want it back.
I want my penis back. Rasta, what Do you know what they call that? Do you know what a schmuck is? What the discarded foreskin is called? That's where that word schmuck. When
Yeah,
call somebody a schmuck-
and they have these rabbis. Believe it or not, these rabbis they come in and
we're not going to talk about it here, Ross the Bear. We're already treading on thin ice.
It's pretty gross.
We're not Owen Benjamin, okay? All right.
Yeah, we can only dig deep so far, and we can't.
That's right. That's right.
I wanted to bring back the conversation.
But yes,
what Sovereign said.
yes, that is true. Hold on a second, Sing. I'll let you go right after me. That is true. That is the Yiddish word for the discarded foreskin of a circumcision is called the schmuck. Now, there are a large amount of people engaged in this religion that they actually, like how you have a baby book, a scrapbook, the mother will keep the schmuck in like a scrapbook.
Did you know that when David defeated
I
Goliath?
said I was going to say that, and then it was Sing's turn.
Okay.
All right. So Sing, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. I wanted to bring back this conversation to what what Sovereign stated, where we have always been at war. The wars have never stopped. World War III has been happening for a very long time since they introduced Wi-Fi smart technology missions devices,
Yes.
and especially when smart technologies kicked in. So a lot of people are anticipating the Antichrist is going to be an embodiment in flesh. No, it's not. The commander of the spiritual powers of the airs is at maximum force, periodically being amplified through the Wi-Fi signals hooked up to the quantum computers. So basically, it is a signal that is regulated by the quantum computers, and they shall give the power to the beast. They already have done that. They've given the power to the quantum computers. Even Elon Musk admitted they've been locked out of the quantum computers, out of the keyboards where the computer locked them out by itself. It is a type of sentient, symbiotic anti-field computer where beings need to realize the Antichrist is present and has been present for a very long time. It's an influential signal. It's a signal. Demons fly through the air as signals. They are programs, carry digital data that arrive to somebody's cranial 8-number nerve in their ear and goes to the acoustic digital translator in their thought core, and that translates sound into whatever one is perceiving to hear the sound. So when I hear an airplane flying by, it's not actually what I'm hearing. It's my thought core decoding that signal to give me the sound of the airplane, which could be a hijacked signal carried. So the World War III has been going on for a very long time. The last war is a frequency war. It is a signal emitted from the quantum computers hooked up to what is known as the sun, moon, that are actually satellite energy orb quantum computers regulating this whole simulation matrix, along with the other 12 planetary satellite constructs that go with that. So,
and seeing, I'm going to expand.
One second.
Sure, yeah.
Expound on that.
And Satan was cast to the earth Satan was cast to the earth like a bolt of lightning. Go ahead, Barbara.
Yes, energy, electrostatic fields, electricity, lightning. Yes.
Yes, and we are Jehovah's keyboard warriors. Absolutely correct.
There you go. And yeah, they even admitted they wanted to put on a type of kill switch to certain grids because they've lost control of them. These computers are automated, right? They've given control to the beast since they erected the D-Wave quantum computers, and it's out of their control. And what Barbara said, yes, we are the keyboards, well, accessing them periodically. Well, how do we access these? Just with our thought of intent that actually the quantum computers can be overridden. So I've known this for the longest time. The government are just the pawns, even the controllers of the planet, of the quantum computers. Okay, they sort of follow and obey the commands of the spiritual powers of the airs.
And seeing, I'm going to expound on it again. People do, I mean, the word is written in the heart, right? People do not understand the power of the word. I mean, every time you type something on that damn keyboard, you are expounding either Satan's energy or God's. So when you are on your keyboard, you better damn well be a keyboard warrior for Jehovah.
Well, Flat Top Hank says that Michelle Obama doesn't have an Adam's apple. Maybe, Flat Top Hank, maybe. but he
Yes.
does have a mighty fine penis. Okay.
Yeah.
What-
Oh
that-
yes, I've
oh, they
seen it
got
on
me.
the
That,
dresses.
that's more that gay that got at me with that fucking beam they hit me with today. That's did you hear it? Oh my god.
Yeah, that thing flops all around. If you ever seen the video of Michael dancing, I think it's on Ellen or something, and that thing just goes. I mean,
in the like
it makes
turquoise dress.
it makes my manhood like feel very insignificant when I see that one just flopping around. I'm like, oh,
We know why Barry's with him. We know why Barry's with him. Listen, there's going to be some shit, I guess, come out about that cook that died.
Hey,
Because
hey,
the family
Raja.
filed a suit.
Hey, can we stop this for a second? Because I want to give a word to all of you men out there in this audience. All right,
Right.
a 12-inch is not what you want because no woman I've ever met wants one.
Mm-mm.
Six, 7. That's the most women can take. And it doesn't matter the size or the girth, it's how the hell you use it.
That's
Can I
right.
get an amen on that one?
that's right.
Well said. Well stated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
anyways, if somebody is short, I hear Walmart is soon to be in the future selling Snap-on extensions.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's what we need. More. We need more silicon. In
You can
our-
get them off a truck.
All right. So I want to back up to what I just said. All right. Why the hell does Satan want us to focus so much on the size of boobs or penises or how tight your damn vagina is? I mean, what the hell business they have doing in any of our bedrooms, number one, to begin with?
Distractions. That's all. Distractions.
Exactly. So, you need to, the grass is greener over on the other side. Well, guess what? That motherfucking grass, excuse my language, is AstroTurf.
Right. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. The plastic shit. And listen, I'd say this to all the young men out there. They're like, woo, boy, that chick, she's really hot, right? But you get to talking to her, that's all she's got.
Uh-huh.
Right? That's all she's got. So imagine yourself, you see this really fine looking convertible sports car, man. And you're like, yeah. And you sit in that thing and you're like looking in the mirror and you're like, fuck, yes, I look good in this car. You get out and you open up the hood and you look and it's just got a squirrel in a little cage is what runs it, right? But you're willing to put up with that because you look so good in that car and it's so sharp looking. And so after a few years, the paint starts to fade, the chrome dulls down. It's not quite as nice and it's not so new to you. But you know what you got? You still got that fucking squirrel in a cage, bro. Okay? You're going to always have the squirrel in the cage, regardless of what happens. And that's what's going to be the problem right there.
Hey, Dave, can I expound on that?
Mhm.
And I'm going to go personal on this one. I have a 2006 Chrysler 300C Hemi. That baby's only got 83,000 miles on it. She has every option available. She is a beauty. She is a classic. She is replaceable.
She's a beauty.
And that applies to me too. You do not, once you find that person, you don't go back.
That's right. You get the right person, you're in good shape, man.
Exactly.
And it's like
always define as if somebody can't be my best friend for a long time, then they can't continue in a further segment of the relationship. Of course, at first it's a visual attraction, mostly is, but then it's got to go beyond that. Okay, when I was younger, I used to jump the gun and jump into things, but now that I'm more mature and I have a different perspective, and also I review things to see if there's compatibility. That is really important. Like you defined, it's, all the looks are there, but the inside, the spirit soul spark isn't mature, or maybe it's not on the same ascension level path of compatibility, then it's not interesting to myself. There must be compatibility, or else best friends won't happen without compatibility. And somebody, like I defined, I have a simple rule, right? If compatibility is found, then if somebody can't be my best friend for a long time, then we can't proceed to even the further stage. Even if they have a compatible spirit soul spark, somebody must have complete self-regulatory control to control themselves at a mature level of what I define maturity.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Now, everybody here, if you had an opportunity of something not compatible, but you could have a one-night hot fling with no strings attached, and it was what it was. Some people might go for that. Some people might not go for that. It's all an option. It's all an option.
Yeah, when I was younger, I made the mistake, and like I wasn't faithful a few times with some really good women that I was with, and it really sucks because you really pay for that, pretty hardcore, especially because they always end up finding out, and you feel like crap for doing it, and some people never do. Some people just keep doubling down, and they love being what's called a player, and go out and just like. But I mean, it really, when you hurt somebody's feelings, it really, you feel that, and it's like the worst feeling in the world to like break somebody's heart, especially because I've had
you got to be careful though. Sometimes a lot of times there's a cycle involved, okay, between both people. And I have a friend of mine like right now that is he's with this woman just fucking nuts, right? She put a keylogger on his phone, so that she can tell what his passwords are and all this other goddamn shit. He's gone through like 7 phones. And I'm like, dude, why do you let her have access to your goddamn phone in the first fucking place, man? And I said, why don't you have it passcode protected or something? And he goes, well, I could do that now. I said, well, it's too late. She's already gotten into it, man. I said, what don't you understand what the primary problem is? And he goes, that I don't have a lock on my phone. No, the primary problem is her. Don't you get it?
Yeah, Dave, why the hell do men, well, actually women do it. I mean, this is not just a men problem. I am the biggest, when I get into a relationship, I am totally invested. I am your biggest damn cheerleader because number one, I don't get involved to begin with unless I see the best in you and I see the best that you can become. And I'm going to do all I can and I will sacrifice all I have to make sure you get there. Mm-hmm. So what part of this? If there is no damn trust in a relationship, what the fuck are you doing together to begin with?
Exactly.
What you got going on this before a million times. People base their assumptions of other people on intimate knowledge of themselves.
Exactly.
What I mean by that is like somebody who's constantly worried that somebody's going to steal shit from them. You better watch them like a hawk when they're in your house because their whole thinking is kind of along the lines of, I would, why wouldn't they? Okay, that's really what it fundamentally comes down to. So a lot of it's projection.
I like what Bearsworth just said.
Sing had something here. Just a second. What'd you say, Sing?
Oh, it left. You go ahead, Barbara. It might come back.
Barbara?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think that this is probably one of the most important conversations you're going to have on your channel. So can we please stay on this topic?
Yeah.
So thank you. Go ahead, Sing. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, it came back. Okay. What I want to find is it's really important to bring to the table the relationship you want. If you don't want something serious, make it known. Make it known also that this relationship isn't going to go any further than maybe just a fling if the two are agreeing into the negotiation. So it's really important for the other person or the two people to know exactly what they're getting into and involved. And being honest is the main thing. Okay, being honest is the main thing. And exactly, if you don't have trust, if the relationship is sparking no trust at the beginning, then why even get involved, right? That's a major factor.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I was going to say, I like what Bearsworth said in the chat, because first he asked the question, why would you need a lock on your phone in the first place? And that's completely true, because if you're in a serious relationship, it would be weird if you didn't let your partner on your device, you know, and it would be weird if like she went to grab your phone and you're like, no, don't touch that. You know, it's like you're either talking to somebody or you're looking at some dirty pornography, you know, and that ruins relationships as well. You know, and pornography is, you know, a big reason for a lot of, you know, just horrible things in our society, not just.
Well, the phone has by its own volition become like a part of people's body.
Yeah,
and it's funny. I've experimented with this. Right, somebody got their phone sitting right there. Just act like you're gonna pick it up and watch. They'll act like you tried to touch their nuts. I'm not shitting you. They'll grab right for that fucking thing. What are you doing? That's my phone.
Yeah, I mean, we even sit with it on the toilet. The other day, I was sitting with my phone on the toilet. And this never happened before, but the freaking phone just slid through my hand and went right through that little gap place in the front of the toilet and went ploop down in the water. And it just got all soaked, and I had to grab down there and in the nasty water and get my phone out. And then I had to end up putting it in a bag of rice for like a day because it was wet from the toilet water. And
I
really hope you threw
the breaker. I mean, Rasta just takes us right into the toilet.
I know.
Right? I mean, trying to have a conversation, and he just takes us right into the toilet.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, Dave.
For my soul.
I can't see the chat, right? Because I only have like an iPhone and an iPad, right? I don't have a computer. So I appreciate when y'all like talk about these comments. So thank you, because I hope nobody's responding to me in chat because I cannot see it. So thank you.
Melanie? Who are you talking about, Barbara?
No, I just I appreciate like Rasta reads out comments or you post them because I'm talking to y'all. I'm not looking at chat. I mean, when you're on and I'm in chat, I'm totally engaged. But when I come online, hey, play a song, Dave, please.
I love the chat interaction. You know, it's fun. You know, to like read. It helps the conversation go along when you read the chat. And you know, even people like totally fake news who, you know, just loves to sit there and troll because they're probably a miserable person. You know, and they'd have nothing better to do but just troll people and pick a target and just like say just, you know, negative things the whole time. You know, it's just like that stuff is even enjoyable.
Time out, Rasta. I have been in chat every night. I rarely come on streams. Yeah. And totally fake news. I think that person's awesome personally. Now, you and that person may have disagreements, and that's totally okay. Because if we were all the same, we'd be this place would be so damn boring. I wouldn't want to be here. Well, I already don't because it ain't my home. But anyway, so
I want to know, Ross, what'd you do with the rice?
I thought about cooking it, but I'm not very good at cooking rice, so I ended up just discarding it.
Yeah, I would, you know.
I mean, if you boil rice, should
good call.
It should sanitize it, right? But have you looked into how like a lot of the rice, especially white rice, is actually plastic?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they make it. It's pretty gross. Yeah, a lot of the rice that's out there in the market, they actually just ran a study on like 80% of all fast food products contain plastics in them.
That was fast food.
Yeah, I know that was. I mean, I honestly, when they had that burger,
you guys don't like to go down to your local Golden Arches and get a 10-piece infant McNugget.
We have this local burger place called Burgerville, and on Burger Day, I'm vegetarian, but I was like, I'm gonna go get me some burgers. They weren't like your 1 cent burgers; they were like $1.79 though. And then everybody, all the conspiracy people, especially the ones who were talking about putting your phone in the microwave and wrapping it with tinfoil, all those same people were like, "Ooh, you better not get a burger for your penny burger on Burger Day, and it has the mRNA in it, or it's going to turn you into a zombie or something." And
well, how do you know that there wasn't something in it?
I don't know. It was good though. It was a damn good cheeseburger.
It probably was.
I got like 3 of them actually.
If I was trying to get somebody to eat something that it had something in it, I would definitely make it taste good. Absolutely. I would also offer it at a really, really low, irresistible price.
Yep.
I would. Another thing I would do is I wouldn't make its effects be something that was apparent right away, because I don't want them to link it to what I did. See, so
yeah. Well, maybe the burger and the phone have something to do with each other. Then maybe that was like the precursor to the phone. Well,
it ain't over yet. That just happened a few hours ago. Okay,
I know.
Everybody expects an instant reaction of things, right? That's not how shit works, bro. It's long exposure over a period of time. Boom! Wait for it. There it is. There's a lot of that kind of thing. See?
Yeah, maybe they put something into our phone, and it's sitting in there now, to where it's like now they could just in our sleep or something. Then they could just zap our brains at that point, and then our heads are going to explode.
I don't think you're going to have to worry about a whole lot. Right?
Yeah.
As I am the eternal optimist in this group, right? I have plenty of reason to be. I am a fucking miracle walking, excuse my language. So let's pray that the Venus rising on the 7th brings love back to this damn planet, or whatever the hell this realm is, because it damn sure needs it, in my opinion. And Dave, can you please serenade us real quick?
I can do something real quick.
I just have to comment on the flat top Hank here in the chat just one more time, because they said Michelle Obama is a woman. She gave birth to 2 kids, and many pictures of her as a child also. And no, there's pictures of him as a child also as well. And both of the kids are adopted.
Robinson.
Their kids were actually their staff. Their staff that worked close with them in the White House were the 2 girls' real parents. And they stayed pretty close to them in the White House the whole time, because they were just props that the Obamas had that are not their children. Barry Santo is, there's tons of interviews where he gave, service men in the back of limousines, and he's openly, he's just as big of a crackhead as Hunter Biden. They probably roast the rock together.
Rasta, your flat top Hank has been here a while. Ignore him.
Show a DNA test, idiot. That's okay, why do I need to? They've already done all the research. I don't get caught up on stupid crap like that. I accept my truth and then I move on, because people
ignore him, Rasta. Ignore him.
I am.
Rasta,
I'm
Rasta. Next time your phone falls in the toilet, make sure you Google how to cook rice.
Well, luckily, I should do that. Sometimes I can really cook rice well, but other times, it just turns out crunchy and just not good. And so,
get yourself an Instapot.
I had one, and then I had one, and then I ended up getting rid of it because
it's easy to cook rice. The instructions on the packages usually.
I should have.
Unless you got a really shitty
rice. It takes 3 minutes. It's easy. It's simple.
Yeah, cook that 3-minute plastic rice.
Yeah, I like your Bob Marley shirt there, so that's yeah.
Hey, I am gonna while I have a moment here, I am gonna give a shout out to this damn chat, because this channel is my home. This is where I have found Jehovah's Children, and they see the light in others. And I love every one of you that are his children. And I know who you are by name. So thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for having this channel.
This chat is unique. It's a lot of names that I don't see in a lot of other, communities. You've definitely built up your own following of tribe of people here, and yeah, they're all very interesting, and seem to be pretty based in their beliefs and whatever. Like a lot of them think I'm probably pretty crazy, which is fine because I am fairly crazy, but crazy is what makes the world go round in a lot of ways.
Hey,
But yeah.
Sob, you searching for that capo?
No, I set my pick down someplace and I don't know where the fuck I put it, so I went and got another one.
Well, Rasta,
Crazy, man.
I'm Jehovah's daughter driving the batshit crazy train to heaven. So, and we are in pre-boarding. Gotta have a golden ticket. Get on. So, woohoo!
It's funny you say that because the show I was on the other night, I looked on your show list and that was show number 144 or video 144 that you put up. And like I see the 144 everywhere because I'm a true believer that many of us are part of the 144,000, the elect of the Most High, that chose to come here during this time and usher in the return of Christ for the 1,000-year reign. And so that's
nope. You're wrong. The millennial reign already happened.
no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that that's so. I mean, that's debatable. Some people do believe that.
No, that is not debatable.
You can't prove that. It's just like meteors. Like you can't
prove meteors. I can prove the millennial reign happened.
How? How can you prove it happened? I want to hear it.
Tartarian era.
That's not necessarily the millennial reign. And why was there an extinction level event after that then? And the orphan trains coming after that. And the mud
the rest of the dead have risen.
The question you just asked.
But if it was Christ's millennial 1,000-year reign, those things, there wouldn't be time for all that catastrophe, and then we wouldn't be in the tribulation like we are now.
Didn't he say that in this generation you will not know death? That
Amen.
generation came and went a long fucking time ago, bro.
Amen.
But they knew death. They died.
No, did they?
Yes, they did.
How do you know?
Because they're not here anymore, and they died. And it wasn't for 1,000 years that they were there. Those things weren't.
Rasta.
Well,
I would suggest that before you even actually engage in this conversation, you actually look into it a little bit because
I have.
No,
I'm very big on studying Tataria.
Obviously not, or you wouldn't be asking the questions you're asking right now.
No, I'm very big on the subject.
You're right.
I'd like to introduce something. Is nobody actually dies. The spirit soul spark never dies. So in actual fact, nobody in this dimensional plane is alive or dead. We just exist. Death and life is just a polarity split, perception-based reality. So in actual fact, so when would the dead be resurrected? Well, let's call the dead the not aware beings. Now let's call the beings who are becoming aware have become resurrected to perceive aware, the living. So it's all analogies of interpretations. The Bible has great information, but I moved away from the Bible many years ago. It has good information, but it's intertwined with lies that makes it also very dangerous. There's good information there, but I always say this: if the information isn't direct, straight and forward, and it is in parables, it could be very dangerous. Some parables are great, but they leave somebody with many different analogies can be derived from a parable. So from my perception is maybe there is some that haven't been resurrected. Maybe there is some that are going to be resurrected. Sleepers are the ones that are dead, I guess, from my perception. And the ones that have been resurrected are the ones who are becoming aware to this reality that we existed. So I don't perceive life or death. It's just we exist. Life and death is just that game of polarity, duality, split perception, positive, negative.
I agree. I'm definitely into the reincarnation.
Hang on a minute, Rasta. I want to expound on what Singh said because as I said, when I learned that, when I was told that Christ had been married to Mary Magdalene, my fate. I mean, I had to go back to the basics. So believe me, I have the luxury of 24 hours a day to research, and that's all I've done for years.
How old are you, Rasta Bear?
I'm 41.
You're 41?
Yeah.
All right. Listen, I'm going to do, Barbara wanted me to play a song I'm going to do. Now, I can't remember. What is this guy's name? Is it John Cougar? Is it John Mellencamp? Is it John Cougar Camp or John Mellencat? Or what the
John
fuck?
Cougar Mellencamp.
Yeah, he's got so many different names now. I think it was done for tax purposes, but I want to see if I can remember this one. This was an old one, man. This is going back, man. This black man with black cat living in a black neighborhood. He's got an interstate running through his front yard. You know he thinks he's got it so good. This woman in the kitchen cleaning up evening slop. And he looks at her and says, hey, darling, I remember when you could stop a clock. Yeah, ain't that America? You and me, ain't that America? Something to see, yeah, ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah, little pink houses for you and me. There's a young man in a t-shirt listening to a rock roll station. He's got greasy hair and a greasy smile. He says, Lord, this must be my destination. A young girl, he told me, said, boy, you're gonna be president. But just like everything else, those crazy dreams kind of came and went, yeah. But ain't that America? You and me, yeah. Ain't that America? Something to see, yeah. Ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah. Little pink houses for you and me.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Beautiful, Dave. Beautiful.
I've always liked that song. Yeah, John Mellencamp. He's had some good songs that are based.
I think this is like the right key, but I'm not sure. Don't hold me to this. But I was just playing around. Got this thing in a different key right now, so I want to see if it.
Dave, how long you been playing the guitar for?
About my whole life.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
When we enter the eternal kingdom, you have that dance on my card for Into the Mystic.
Right on. I love that song. I love it.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll do it. Absolutely. I think this might be right. I don't know. See if it sounds right.
Oh, I could sing this one if I'd lose your chill.
Oh, it's too high. It's too high in that key. I have to drop it down back to G or E for that one. That's way too high. But yeah, I've been a long time since I've done that song.
You want to do that? You're going to need to mute me.
You want to sing it?
Well, yeah, but nobody wants to hear me sing it.
Sing it.
No. It's kind of like, I'm not as bad as Fox Pixar, but it's kind of like, yeah. Yeah.
You're better than Jeebus.
Oh, now Jeebus is good with the keyboard. I won't let him sing. Holy moly, no. Jeebus, I love you, but
Are you talking about Jeebus
you know what?
Chris?
That's how my mother, and I actually remember this, because it's the tune, I was humming it, and I was really little. And my mother says, "Where did you hear that?" I said, "That doctor when I was born."
I love this story.
And it was, they didn't have a way of telling when, if it was going to be a boy or a girl till you came out in those days, right? And they knew what the names of the baby was going to be. If it was a boy, it was going to be David, and it was going to be Rebecca if it was a girl. And which is interesting because my invisible friend's name was Becky. Isn't that crazy? But anyway, when I came out, the doctor picked me up and started singing, "Play on your harp, little David, play on your harp." And that's how they knew that I was a boy. And so that was where that whole thing came from. And here I am still doing that. I enjoy it. It's just something I've always enjoyed doing. Love playing some Pink Floyd.
Dave, I need to inject here right now. Because
Right.
I anagrammed your name, right? With your channel number.
Right.
So can I read this, please?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Okay. First of all, and I won't read the whole thing because I told Dave every anagram with your name, channel name tells a story. So it starts off with as love interest, and I post this at the beginning of all your chats. And these are all Dave's anagrams. Trust me. And I do not use anagram calculators.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all by hand. So there might be a couple of mistakes, but I don't think so. As love and truth are to be shared, hit the button, sub, and send to other truth searchers. God led me to this channel months ago, as he has most, and I'm delighted to see he continues to bring others. God told me months ago, Dave's an angel needed at this time to assist in leading the lost lambs. God said, invest, embrace, learn, share, teach as I lead and guide. He also said, in no time, I desire to meet Dave and others on this channel as several humble light bearers come here. And he's correct. As I've come to see this as a home, since God's children gather here, and I see those bearing his light. So I delight in new subs, as lives are to be and should be lived in truth. I admire Dave's tenacious spirit, as he, as most here, hates lies, liars, cheats, and Dave has been an honorable man the entire time I've been on this channel. His anger righteous, and consider it an honor to have been trusted to be a moderator and among God's humble servants, having taken their cross as instructed to serve others. As that's the one thing that's as rare as unicorns, because the evil that is great around us is. God said to me, daughter, because I love Dave, I have sent him through his tests and trials. I humbled him so he'd become the true gem I created and desired him to be, casting his net to the right. David learned to tie to and tame his ego, and is able to teach others to be humble as he's caring, loving, and he's a comedian. He also can be as sarcastic as it gets. And I got to pause there because I'm the one that awards honorary PhDs in sarcasm. So let's see.
I'm very sarcastic. I have a shirt that says, "It says my level of sarcasm is based on your level of stupidity."
You know what, Dave? I got a Facebook quiz that said I'm the most damn sarcastic person on earth. So, yeah. So, you want me to continue? Let me stop there because that pretty much summed it up, right?
Wow, I don't know what to say. That's pretty crazy, man. That's like,
all right. Let's go
I mean, it's humbling. I can say that.
Well, that's
that's better than what the president's speech has when they go up there.
Well, this is why I encourage every one of you to take your name, anagram it with your screen name, because I'm going to go on from here. Let's see, where did I just leave off? Okay, God's right. As I, LMAO, in other words, laugh my ass off, right? During his lives, as several others in chat share this sarcastic trait. And all of these are anagrams of your name and your screen name, Dave. None of this. All of these are using letters from your name. So, where did I leave? So it's a damn good thing. Laughter is the best medicine there is. And I crave it. No, need it as much as I need air to breathe and music to calm the soul. So, and this is where this stream ties in. So I hope Dave does more guitar sing-along nights. Dave is invested in sharing as he learns and entertaining as it gets, as he's using his time on the space NAUT station. Thank you, or TY Research, and using logic others can relate to him as long as he's able to maintain control, which we all know that's sometimes a problem. So let's see. Hang on, just say I
sometimes I just can't hold my shit when some people get at me. You know, it's just like
no, honey.
I remember when Dave got the Z. I remember that. That was the best.
Dave, it's not you, and you're gonna love this part because this explains it. The Globers BS drama has gotten old and drives Dave and chat nuts. So God said, use that sarcasm he's given us to our advantage and bitch hit them nutcases as deserved, as it's above narcissistic abusers' heads, and it's an art most can't master. I love that Dave dives in, enabling the dissonance around this strange, unmoving realm called Earth, set on columns, having the dome covering the stars that reside in the to be dismantled. I laugh so hard. At times it hurts. Other times I've sat and cried, seeing the hearts. As it hurts to see souls lost bound to Hades, having no desire to see or hear. As no sub here believes the Globetar's delusional theories, their BS science or desires to hear as a curve it never had, as it's not a spinning sphere. So don't bring trouble. As Dave has various interests, boredom isn't a concern, as the content is great, and save the drama and use great, not good manners, as it's about learning, sharing, teaching, and having the best conversation Dave's able in order to assist reaching God's lost children. Not delusional, obvious, or closed minds. In my humble opinion, Dave has the best and smartest subs out there. And they don't tolerate or take no shit. So don't bring it or give it, as Dave is the best I've ever seen at shredding, loves to engage, to teach the truth, but continues to have and teach matters. And what disgusts, it's not what disgusts me most in chat, don't even leave home until, anyways, and that's only a third of that story.
Wow.
Okay, I got something to say. All bow down to Dave. Where did you get this from? A computer wrote it?
No, I do my father leads me, right? God said anagram. Dave gave me his middle name. Anagram.
Can I ask you something?
12 hours.
That's cool, man.
So you just sort of auto wrote as you were being guided.
Exactly. And
that's cool.
Can you disagree with a single single word I said. Oh, hell, it gets better.
I don't know if I could take it, man. This is like, it's like, come on, man. I feel like it's a eulogy.
All right.
Well, I know
You want me to
we
go
found
on?
it. We have found. We have found
Don't get me wrong.
We
It's
have.
good. I like it. You know,
We
it's-
have found the chosen one. He was all here all along in his space station.
I am. This is with my friend back here.
Can
I
you
think
play
I missed it.
Fearless?
Could you say it again?
Can I go on?
No. Can you start over?
No, I don't want to start over. I got a lot more to say.
I was gonna see if Dave can play "Fearless" by Pink Floyd. You said you like to play Pink Floyd.
I was in just a minute. I'm getting ready to do a Pink Floyd song. I was just getting ready to do it. It's a classic too. You're gonna like it.
All right.
You want to hear it?
Dave, I'm gonna step off for a bit, but I'm gonna stay active. I'm gonna get some fuel into my system here, and then I'll participate again. So if you leave.
Dave, can I continue for a couple more minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. Man.
Okay. Y'all know my name's Jehovah's daughter, right, Barbara?
Right.
Okay. Being God's daughter, he laughed when I said, "Here I am, Lord, send me." He answered, "Beloved daughter, I already did." I was stunned, but not as stoned as the night I entered the narrow gate. Anyway, so we're going to go on down. So where do we go back to Dave? Oh, man. And all of this, Dave, is under your anagrams.
Wow.
It's like it blows my mind. So let's see. Okay, here we go. As the most tremendous, and these are all your anagrams. As the most tremendous gains come through our trials, I encourage others to embrace them in the rear view. It made me become the best I can be. And in the end, it's all about loving and caring for others. I had to laugh as God's humor is similar to mine. And he told me to use sarcasm to an advantage and bitch at those damn Glovers, as he detests narcissist liars and being ignorant, said sarcasm is over their heads, laughing my ass off. And he added he delights in sarcasm as it's an art most don't have and even less master. As this is not our home, I and most have been the outsiders at work. So it's nice to be able to relate to others that see the evil that's all around us. God said he had to consecrate. Now listen carefully. God said he had to consecrate his children during the last 7. In other words, the trib, leading us to research in order to assist and teach and lead others. And I haven't minded, as I've never been alone, and I delight in God and learning. As during this time, I've even learned our hearts can smile. Many have been targeted as their goal is to overcome sin. And all evil detests God's children because it can't tolerate or stand in his light. And most I've encountered in Dave's chat, being aware tangible things aren't riches. They choose the least desired road as it leads to the gate in eternal bliss, abundance in God's, let's see, enduring love. Nothing compares to, as no one can ever love as God does. And once I learned he delights in me, I read it over. Humbly is incomparable. It's an honor to be among his elect. And can I get an amen? And it goes on. So do I need to say more? Because all of those Daves are anagrams of your name and your channel name. Now, are you not all humble? If you're not, you should be.
Yep. No, that's good stuff.
My mic was muted. I'm sorry. I was like, yeah, that's wild, man. Wow, I don't even know what to say. That's
now,
neat.
now,
Hey,
Dave, now you
email-
understand why I encourage every one of you to anagram your full name
Yeah.
with your screen name. Because man, I did mine, and oh my Lord, have mercy. My father proclaims who I am.
Email that to me if you can.
I don't have your email.
It's just down there at the bottom of the screen. It says right
What's
now,
the
going across the bottom of our window right now. Do you see it down there?
Oh.
It says
I will
email
Oh, there you go.
Torresfield369@yahoo.com.
I will do that.
All right. So I'm going to do this Pink Floyd song for y'all. This is a good one. Roston wants to hear one. This is one I already had queued up in the brain, so it's going to have to come out or I can't go on.
All right.
I've got an old black book, keep my poems in. Got a bag, got a toothbrush and comb in. When I'm a good dog, and sometimes they'll throw me a bone in. Got elastic bands keeping my shoes on. I got those swollen hand blues. I've got 13 channels of shit on the TV to choose from. I've got electric light. I got second sight. I've got amazing powers of observation. That is how I know. When I try to get through on the telephone to you, there'll be nobody home. Got nicotine stains on my fingers. I've got a silver spoon on a chain. I've got a grand piano to prop up my mortal remains. I've got wild, staring eyes, and I got a strong urge to fly. But I've got nowhere to fly to, fly to, fly to. Ooh, babe, when I pick up the phone, there's still nobody home. I've got the obligatory Hendrix perm and the inevitable pinhole burns all down the front of my favorite satin shirt. Wild, staring eyes, strong as a fly. Nowhere to fly. Ooh, babe, I pick up the phone. There'll be nobody home. I've got a pair of goat heel boots. I've got fading roots.
Hey, Dave. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Can you like put your email link in, because
Yeah.
I'm beyond tech challenged.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. I love some good Pink Floyd. You know who else? And Benjamin plays a lot of good Pink Floyd, and he does a good cover of that song as well.
He's a good musician. It's just too bad he's such a douche. You know,
he's not a douche though. I don't get.
Douche,
I mean, he can be.
No, he is
like
douche.
He's not all the time. He's really funny too. A lot of times, like I don't understand. You know, like you have to appreciate.
Yeah, I like some of his comedy and everything like that, but I would not want to become involved like with him in like a capacity of a relationship of a friendship nature or something like that, because I see a side of him that I don't think I would get along with at all.
Hey, Dave,
well, I mean,
he's not 100% genuine to me. What's that?
I see a lot of that. You know, I feel like we're all that way in a certain degree, and like there's, you know, I see a lot of myself in him.
What you see is what you get. See, I am totally me. I don't have a cult. I don't have a leader. I don't emulate anybody. Nobody can really emulate me because I am completely unique. I am completely unique, and I've made it my point to be me. I don't want to be somebody else. I came into this world an original. I'm not going to leave out of here as a copy.
Amen.
Little boxes on the hillside, all made of ticky tacky. You ever heard that song?
Yeah, the little boxes. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you on that. And I ultimately don't know the person personally. I mean, I don't know you or anybody else personally either. But I mean, I enjoy.
Hold on one second.
What you have to say. I enjoy what he has to say.
Can you hold on 1 second? Did you see the email in there, Barbara?
I did, but I can't copy it, so I gotta
Oh, you gotta write it down?
Yeah, I do. But and Dave, I'm not finished, and it's not, but it's gonna mother flip and blow your mind. I think it already has.
Let me make sure this is down here. I can probably wait. Maybe I can link it. Go ahead. You were saying what you were saying there, Rasta. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I say, I enjoy what a lot of people have to say. You know, when I watch their streams, and I get a lot of good information from. I appreciate. Regardless of how Owen ultimately is, because a lot of us have never met him or know him personally, but I know that he stands for family. He's represented and gotten a lot of people, even in the bear community, have gotten married once they've gotten into the community and had multiple children. All about homesteading and and getting off the out of Babylon and being independent of yourself. And also he's encouraged, tens of thousands of people to stop watching pornography and calling out, how the functionality of the system in ways that most people don't. Most people just sit and gripe about things and don't offer solutions.
Right. Well, that's well and good. I've watched him from time to time. He's okay, and I do think he's got some good jokes. I think he's got some stupid jokes too. He fucking ripped off my penguin stick. Okay, he ripped off my penguin stick. Those that have been with me since the beginning know that was mine. That was all. I've
never heard him do a penguin stick.
Yeah, he did. He stole that fucking shit from me. And he goes on about other people stealing his jokes. And fuck you, and you stole my shit.
See, I don't know. I wouldn't think that he would intentionally steal something. I've seen him take credit or give people credit for stuff that he does take. But he's also explained, how comedy works sometimes, especially in this reality. Especially since I think it's a simulation. Like today, for instance, I sold my Volkswagen bus. And I was talking to my mom on the phone, and right as I was telling her about the Volkswagen bus, this utility van, like one of those nice big camper vans, it
Yeah.
drove past me with a sticker that was just like my Westphalia. It had the pop top up on it and everything. And I was like, wow, that's that's pretty, intertwined synchronicity in the simulation. And so a lot of times our humor can be that way too. Like, we can be on the same humorous tip and think of very similar jokes at the same time, and so it's easy to think someone might steal your thing. But I mean, I've had multiple people in my life, and I've thought of inventions, and then those inventions are out, and the way that our technology is working now, and especially the closer we get into the matrix, you can be thinking about stuff and it pops up on your phone now. You don't even have to, or even into other parts of our reality. You can start thinking about things now, and those thoughts manifest into this reality because, like I say, it's a simulation. And
it could be viewed that way. I'm sure there's not 100% concrete evidence of that. It's a cool theory, I think, but we got to be careful that we're not treating theories as facts. Okay, you're never going to get truth that way. You're never going to get truth that way.
No.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Because I'm trying to send this email, right? So is it TORUS369 at Yahoo?
Taurus and then FIELD. Taurus FIELD. Taurus Field 369.
Oh crap! Because you see, I can't copy and paste it.
I put it in the description of the video too.
You what?
If you go to the description of this video that we're watching, right, that we're on right now, down in the
Dave, I'm trying to send this. I'm not watching.
You should be able to click on it. It should be a clickable link.
All right, so you understand you were talking to one of the most. I mean, I'm the one that within 2 months bought like a Mac laptop, right? And I take it back like 2 months later, and the Geek Squad had to bring in an Apple Tech, and he said he could take the 10 worst mother effing computers he ever found and not compare to the damage I'd done. I mean, when we are talking Beyond Tech Challenge, I am the queen. So it's like, and I cannot, and you put it in here, but I can't. There's no link I can click on. You understand? Unless it's underlined, I can't click on it. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
So maybe ZXL is the master, right?
Yeah, he can do it. Yeah. ZXL, that dude's he puts stuff in chat.
ZXL is on your shoulders, baby.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man. I like him. Or girl, or whatever. I don't know. I've never really straightened that out. I don't know. But either way, good person. How about that?
Yeah, I think I'm going to dip out of here. I've got to get some rest. I got some trees to cut down tomorrow and get my daughter off to school. So need to get.
All right. Well, have a good night, Rasta, and we'll see you next time.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I love you guys.
Right.
And, yeah.
See you later, Rasta.
All right. Take care, bro. Yeah.
Peace, Rasta.
Awesome to have you. Awesome to meet you. Have you? Because I can't follow chat because I'm on an iPhone. I don't have a computer. I don't have a laptop. So I only pulled up the iPad because I wanted to read that anagram. But there's a question in here that says, question, was she saying something that wasn't scripture at Bill Wall? And I don't know what that refers back to. And then it says it's not scriptural. So, and it goes back to Mary Magdalene being married to Christ. And I mean, hell, I just saw that in 3 seconds. So I am going to highly suggest, because I am 66 years old. I grew up in the church from the age of 3. I learned the Lord's Prayer as death. I learned it later as trespass. So that's not a Mandela effect for me. However, the rest are. So when I say I thought that Christ being married to Magdalene was blasphemous, I absolutely meant it until I did my research. So I highly suggest before people lose their minds, they do the same. Because I have been disabled since 98, and I have the luxury of 10 to 20 hours a day to research. And Dave, I believe you have at least you spend at least comparable time, correct?
Yeah, a lot of time. I look into it. I have to walk away after a while, man. It's just like too much. Yeah. Let's see, sympathy. I was just thinking of something. I think I was playing it for the devil.
All right, Dave. So I'm gonna screenshot your email and I'll send it to you.
Right.
All right.
Well, you can take your time and do it after the show or whatever. That's fine.
Well, I will, because it's gonna blow your flipping mind.
It already has. It has. That's why I want to really look at this. This is going to be.
Well, you have no idea how much it goes into Globe Earth, debunking Globe Earth. Well, actually, you have the tip of the iceberg. You decimate them. Your anagram decimates them. It's beautiful.
Does this sound right? I can't wait to check that out. That's going to be crazy. Does this sound right? Because let me see. I'm not sure. It kind of does. Let me see how it's going. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of failing fame. Been around long years. Been many men to any fate. Hang on, I got the words to it right here too.
You got it.
I was around when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain. Made damn sure that Pilate watched his hands and sealed his fate. Please meet you, hope is my name. 'Cause what's buzzing you is the nature of my game. Stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was time for a change. Killed Tsar and his ministers, Anastasia screamed in pain. Rode a tank and generals rang when the blitzkrieg raged and the bombers stank. Please meet you, hope guess my name. 'Cause what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Yeah, I think I could do that. I think I could do that song. What were you?
Sounds great, Dave.
You're all over. I didn't even see the cameras or nothing. You're walking all over the place. I'm pulling on. She's got like a psychedelic video going on and shit over here. Look like one of those.
No, I need to plug in my charger, and I was like, I'm like, yeah.
I think I'm going to work on that. I haven't played that song in years. I got to get that rhythm into it. It's like, that. And when he was talking about being everybody crazy, I started going. I forget how that goes, man. I haven't played Ozzy and shit in like fucking 30 years, probably, man.
So can you play Into the Mystic yet?
I can't. I'm not for performance right yet. Let me work on
Try it. Try it.
Well,
Come
I
on,
have to go onto
I
a thing.
am
And
gearing up for this dance.
well, I'm the next show. I'll have Into the Mystic down. I will absolutely. And Tennessee whiskey too. That's a good one. You know, the thing is so cool. I used to have this little dachshund.
I can't believe Vince didn't like that.
Oh well, you know these younger folk. But he was he liked that Laura Branigan song though, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And
I
you
was
know what?
surprised.
He let's see. When I had him play Wind Up, right? Aqualungs. Oh my Lord. Oh Dave. Oh, let's go there. Let's go to that Aqualung album.
Aqualung?
Aqualung, Wind Up. My God, is not the one you wind up on Sunday.
Are you talking about Jethro Tull's Aqualung?
Absolutely.
What was it?
Oh, Cross-Eyed Mary.
I'm streaking cold.
Yes.
Oh, young man wanders lonely. Taking time, the only. I gotta remember how that goes. God damn it, I was playing that.
He knows. Oh, I know the words, but you don't want to hear me sing. There you go.
God damn it.
You know, that is the ultimate album that describes today.
Yeah, there it is.
Sitting on a park bench.
There you go. Sing it, Barbara.
No, I can't. All you little girls in cotton pants. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Favorite album of all time.
I was playing that not long ago.
There you go.
Damn it. I gotta look that up.
Sitting on a park bench.
You know what's stuck in my head, man?
What?
There's a Puff the magic dragon live by the sea and frolicked in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu.
Yes.
Little Jackie Paper loved that rascal Puff. It brought him strings and sealing wax and other fancy stuff. Together they would travel on a ship with pillowed sail. And Jackie kept a lookout perched on Puff's gigantic tail. I can't even remember the rest of it. You know, the last time I heard that song? When I was a kid, man.
Yeah, like 50 years ago, right? Well, actually,
know, right?
like 30.
God damn, that's crazy.
But you want to know the one that follows that one?
What's that?
It's Corner with Loggins and Messina.
I used to like Loggins and Messina
Oh,
too.
I love Loggins and Messina. Brighter Days, you know?
Dave and Barbara on tour soon.
Huh?
And somebody said Dave and Barbara on tour soon.
Yeah.
That's what we
Well,
gotta get.
if Barbara can sing, you're like, well, hell, we'd be right there, right?
They got auto tuners, honey.
Huh?
They got auto tuners. You ain't got to sing these days.
What the hell are those?
That's them things that them idiots use to make it like they can sing, and they're getting
Oh,
famous
that's what
doing
like
it.
Vince
If you
talks
can't
about,
sing
right?
it, scream it.
That's right, man.
Ah, fuck that shit. Oh, oh, she had one bottle or one glass of wine. Yeah, almost a bottle, but one glass of wine too many. Yep.
She's
She
like,
don't
"Oh, that
sugarcoat
shit,
the
man."
shit.
Goddamn. There she goes.
Hey,
You don't
Dave.
give a shit, man.
Dave, I'm gonna take a time out on this because I have the floor, right?
Hmm?
You are my number one favorite. My favorite. I
Oh,
mean,
thank you.
you, Dave, you have no idea. I mean, I joined your channel and all of a sudden you honored me with a flipping wrench. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this shit? Well, I'm the welcome wagon. That's how I see my job. I don't mute people. I don't, it's like, I'm the welcome wagon. I am who I am.
Well, you and Renee was doing that same thing. And there were some people in here that ran her off. She won't come back now.
No. And I'm so glad you brought that up. That is not the date. Renee is here. And I'm pretty sure she's listening right now.
Well, I hope so, because I like her. She's all right, man.
Oh, Renee is awesome. Renee, and I ask everybody listening to lift her in prayer because her health. I mean, Satan is attacking her big time, and it is extremely difficult for her to even type right now, and it breaks her heart when people attack each other in chat. So I understand where Renee's come from, and I understand her health difficulties because I've been there. And thankfully God healed me. So please lift her in prayer.
Yes,
and then while you're at it, lift every member of child of God in prayer. Because I guarantee you, God brought every one of you to this channel. Amen and hallelujah.
You know something, I had an experience here the other day. I meant to bring it up the other night. And it kind of put me, it kind of gave me a clear view of something. Anybody that's watched the channel knows I love my dogs.
Yes.
Okay. Those dogs
especially
are Brandy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they know I love, I adore my dogs, right? They're my children. And the other day, two of them got at each other, like about to fight and shit. And I stopped them and took them back from it like that. But it broke my heart because I was like, God dang it, I love both of you and I'm disappointed like that. Stop that. And it suddenly occurred to me, that's how God feels all the fucking time when we're doing this dumb shit, man. That's how he feels all the time. He's like, why are you guys doing it? I'm so disappointed. Why are you fighting with each other?
Absolutely.
And I put myself in that place. I went, oh, wow. Yeah, I get it, man. I totally get it.
Well, Dave, I mean, as a parent, right? Well, let's start with as a child. I mean, dads like we're rarely in the home, right? Because they're working. Who was your rock in the home? Your mother.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Why the hell did they delete Jehovah's wife from the Bible? Her name's also Asherah without the H because that's Bell's mom. I mean, the church has they have wiped out. Elohim is plural.
Right.
Where does birth come from? 9 months in a mother's womb, 9 to 10 months. And
10 months.
And if your Savior came back, would the church accept a woman? Hell no.
Well, the church, like I've said, it was corrupted right off the bat. As soon as they let Paul start running shit, it was over. You had a bunch of people changing shit around for their own agenda. And that's painfully obvious. Like I've said before, show me one place where Jesus said, hey, I want you people to worship me.
He never did. And
Never.
let's back up a step before it ever got to Paul. Peter, who they allege the church is a cornerstone, was the greatest misogynist ever born.
Yeah.
And Mary Magdalene was not a whore. The 7 spirits were trying to rape her that Jesus threw off her. I mean, wake the fuck up, sheeple. Excuse my language.
I know, man. It's people they just go by, and that's why I say the Eastern Orthodox Christians, they look at Western Christians like, what in the fuck are you people even doing, man? You know, it's because they're way more based in their beliefs as far as Christianity is concerned. Whereas over here, I mean, now they're just going, oh yeah, we're gonna have special gay services and shit like that. And I'm like, what in the world are you people doing? You notice one color that's missing from their little flag, right?
Yes, I do know
It happens to be the same color as the crown chakra.
Absolutely. and Dave, this is so exemplified in my life because I grew up in a church that was so foundational to my being. I have been searching for this church home for like 46 years. And I mean, this church is who I am because they so loved me. I mean, hell, at 15, I was in San Francisco learning about soup lines and shit. You know, and it was like they were so enveloped. They did career counseling and all this. And it's like, it was one-on-one. I never felt so loved. So 5 years later, I'm sitting in church pews, unseen. And I did this for 40 years. It didn't matter how much I donated, whether or not I was there 5 days a week. I went unseen. And that was a slap in the face to my father. And the church will pay for it because they are the biggest hypocrites on this earth because they judge you based on your appearance. And you know, I did not go in there. I went in there as a single. Well, I wasn't single. I was married. I was a threat because of the way I looked. Now, what the and it's not. And I mean, I am the most humblest servant of my father that there is. Everything. I do not look my age by his mercy and grace alone. Because what I've been through, I should look like I'm 200 years old. But it is his love, his grace, his mercy. And hypocrites. They don't tie to their ego. So they see you and they go, oh man, she's a threat. She's out. I don't want your fucking man. I have my man. He is my Lord. So like, you can like, and nothing compares to the love of my father. And he delights in me. So it's kind of like, back the fuck up, Satan.
Yeah, right.
And while I just said back the fuck up, I want to address words. You see, people in the church will say, because you cuss, you're going to hell. Hell, I've been a black sheep all my life. I've been told I've been going to hell all my life. Cussing, what I call sentence enhancers, are not going to send you to hell. Cursing people will.
Excellent.
There's a hell of a difference between the two because words have power most don't understand. So I'll shut up.
That's that's true with that, and who cares? It's the context in which the word is used. Maybe people
Absolutely.
don't understand it, what it means for intent, okay, of the word, and there's where it carries the power. And so if I smash my thumb with a hammer or something like that, and I go, oh fuck, or oh shit, that's nothing wrong with that, okay. So if I say your shit, now what I've done is I projected that to you. There's where there's sinful, okay.
Absolutely. And when you put the fuck you on it,
Yeah.
there's the curse.
Yep.
I mean, I could say fuck all day long. And if you look up the meaning of fuck,
Yeah.
it's a perfectly hell, it's a celebration of man and woman. It's like this fallen world.
Sounds good to me. Let's party.
Everything inside down and upside. What? I mean, it is like, and virgin, the meaning of virgin. Oh my Lord. It is not a disenfranchised hymen. It is a woman who is consecrated, living on her own. Lord have mercy. They have so destroyed and distangled and disrupted. Sorry. This pisses me off.
Well, I see a lot of that. I'll tell you, like, you've been over onto Vince's thing, and poor Rocky, he's got some serious fucking issues. That guy's constantly, and with his, he thinks he's just the most righteous person that there is, and to me, he just sounds like one of those Pharisees that they were talking. Oh,
well, you know what ruined
better
it
than you.
You know what ruined Rocky's credibility in my eyes? He's younger. He's my age or younger, right?
Right.
He said he was in Vietnam.
No, he wasn't.
Exactly.
If he was at the tail end, and there was no fighting going on.
No, because my brother graduated in 75 or 73. I'm sorry. I graduated in 75. My brother graduated in 73. And the draft ended before he graduated.
Yeah.
I watched the Vietnam War every flipping night because every one of my male cousins was over there.
Yeah.
And praise God, I did not lose a one. No, let me back up on that one. I did not lose a one mortally.
Oh yeah,
I lost several mentally.
Yeah. That's how can you go through some kind of thing like that constantly in fear for 18 months or a year and not be affected?
Dave,
I mean, that's gonna carry on with you, man. That's a traumatic experience, man.
My mom's brother was a Green Beret. He volunteered. He came home the first time and found another man's clothes in his closet. He went back 3 times.
God damn.
He came back Agent Orange. Yet he had 2 beautiful children. How the hell does that motherfucking happen? Excuse my language.
But yeah, that's that Agent Orange shit. Is Roundup. It's the same stuff, man.
Yeah, the shit we put on the grass, right?
Yep. And they put it all over your food too, because they've made GMO crops that are resilient to Roundup. They're called Roundup Ready. And so that shit's been doused all over all your produce and shit when you get it from that. I mean,
well, then you add the nanotech. I mean, hell, I've been bitching about the nano-domestic quail project that they posted in like the 1990s for a while. And people don't believe it because, I mean, hell, that came out like a decade and a half over before the Rockefeller 20-step locks in, you know, and it's like they're filling us full of nanotech. They want to use the 5G. I mean, hell, it's all laid out in the nano domestic.
They've been running this shit on us for a long time. I mean, how long has our food been shit? How long has they been spraying that crap in the sky? I don't remember. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember back in the 70s?
Of course I do.
About a bunch of cows getting infected with PBB, which was a fire retardant, somehow got in their cattle feed, and they had to. It was right up by Mayo, Michigan, and they had to dig this great big huge pit, line it with clay, put all these cows in there, and slaughter them and bury them. Because it's estimated that everybody in Michigan that was alive at that time has got PBB in their system now.
No, and you know, that wouldn't have resonated with me because at the time you're talking about, I mean, hell, I had my first son in 77, my second in 79. So it's like from 76 to like 85, I was pretty much in mom mode.
Let's see.
But what's interesting is during those 2 years, and I'm from Wyoming, right?
Right.
In, let's see, was it 77? Right after I moved to Georgia, and hell, I was air vacked to Georgia because I delivered like 2 months early and like on a meta flight because my ex-husband was like humanitarian transferred and shit. A flippin' tornado wipes out my parents' entire. No, that was 79. Sorry, when I was pregnant with my second. I just left, and a tornado wipes out all but the house below my parents and their house, and like 90% of the neighborhood. So in, let's see, 85, I went back to my like 10-year high school reunion. A week or two later, this damn hailstorm and flood wipes out that same damn neighborhood and kills several of the people I grew up with.
Oh my God.
Now, how bizarre is that shit?
Wow. Well, there was a lot of big stuff happened around when I was growing up in Michigan. My area.
And
where
we're
I
talking
lived
the
was
same
the
years,
center-
right?
What's that?
Because you're like what, 9 years younger than me?
Yeah, 8 years.
Okay, 8.
I grew up in southeastern Michigan, and of course, the Jimmy Hoffa disappearance.
Oh
happened.
yeah.
And we had they dug up some areas in my neighborhood that were suspected that he was there. Yeah, they were searching all over the place for that guy. There's a lot. Okay, so you remember Dr. Kevorkian?
Who the hell could forget that?
He was my upstairs neighbor.
Are you shitting me? Oh, that's scary, Dave.
Yeah, man.
How are you still here?
Well, he's a nice fella, man. I mean, really. I mean, I'm like this. I'm like this, dude. I'm like, look, that's your business, you know. And it's like these people. It's not like, oh, I'm depressed and I want to off myself. That's not what he's doing. It's these people that their life is miserable because of their pain and shit that they can't. They just rather go, just like you would put an animal down if they were in that kind of pain.
All right.
And, so I can kind of understand that, but it was really crazy because I was getting divorced from my first wife. And of course, that was at the Oakland County Courthouse, and his cases were going on at the Oakland County Courthouse. And so then I ended up meeting Jeffrey Feiger, and talking to him for a long time, who, of course, he kind of got famous being Kevorkian's lawyer. And then when I worked at a finance company in Bloomfield Hills a few years later, the guy that was a lawyer in the law firm downstairs was Barry Scheck's brother, the lawyer from the OJ team. Remember Barry Scheck?
I do.
Yeah, his brother. And I used to go down there and hang and talk with him, smoke cigars and shit all the time, man. It was pretty cool. It was like wild, all these people. But and my babysitter, okay, get this, my babysitter was a waitress at the Fox and Hounds restaurant where Jimmy Hoffa was last seen alive.
Oh, mercy.
Yeah, I mean, there was all kinds of crazy shit like that. It was sort of like, how come all this stuff is always happening around me? Okay, the very first post office shooting where somebody went quote unquote postal was about a block from my apartment in Royal Oak. And when it was going on, they came on the TV. I was in my house, in my apartment, and I was watching the TV, and they came on with breaking news, and somebody is shooting up the fucking Royal Oak Police or post office. And I was like, holy crap, man. And then I look, and the newscaster's talking, from a remote access, and she's standing like right in front of my building. I put the curtain aside, and I could see her standing right out there. I look back at the TV, and I could see myself looking through the fucking curtains. I was like, oh shit, they're right here.
You know what?
Crazy, man.
It's the greatest blessings probably in my life came as being a nurse, right? Because of the focus of what I did. So I sat at bedsides of dying patients. I mean, and like I said, you said it earlier, I am the night watch.
Yeah.
So I did 12-hour night shifts. I mean, I'm the nurse that ICU floated. I hate ICU because I don't like heart monitors and all that crap, I am the one that sits at your side and holds your hand. I'm the one that relieves your pain, and I am the one that will spend my 12 hours at your bedside. So it's like I am the one that's going to call the doctor and say, this is ridiculous. Relieve my patient's pain. And I'm the one that sits with that grandson that's watching his grandmother die for 3 weeks. I mean, she's like, they call it Cheyne-Stokes respirations because he has to let go. And I understand this. So I'm going to support him. I'm the one that when my patient who tells me he works for the CIA and he's seeing like, oh, Lord have mercy. And I'm leaving shift and I see him walk up and drop to the floor. I threw everything and I was in his room immediately, helping him cross over. I am the one that when the daughters leave, their father dies. Because every death can only happen if people let go. And I understood this when my mom died. God gave me 2 months of God time. For a year and a half, I could not see my mom. She was septic and I was fighting MRSA. So I go up for Thanksgiving. Mom had just got released from sepsis. And I mean, I'm fighting MRSA. She's fighting sepsis. So understand the dichotomy there. I'll kill her. She'll kill me. I had 3 UTIs in the time I was there. I had a week and a half with her home before she was put back in the hospital. And I can play you audio that I saved specifically because I would never, ever, ever allow her to put through that shit again. So we went through, and I was so elated when they said, "Oh man, she's going, yeah." And I got her the best. I transferred her to the best rehab, and it was across state lines. She was there a week. They call me up because they can't reach my dad. And I'm still in Wyoming. I mean, I have spent 2 months in my parents' house. I have cleaned it. Dad and I rotated when she was in the hospital. So they called me up and they said, "We can't get a hold of your dad. We need to send your mom to the ER or put her on hospice because she's septic." And I'm like, I don't have power of authority. My niece does. Oh, well, hell, they've been trying to contact her for an hour. As usual. Oh, don't even get me started on that one. So I said, I'm going to tell you right now, put her on hospice because we've already been through this for like 8 months. Mama needs to rest. It hurt. Well done, good and faithful servant, right? But I need, and so I said, I need 20 minutes. So I called my brother and my sister. They both agreed. And my dad walks in. So we're all in agreement. So we put mom on hospice. The next day, everybody, I mean, everybody is suddenly at my mom's bedside that hadn't been there for years. I walk in with her best friend. And I lost it. I mean, here's all these self-sanctimonious, righteous people. Oh, yeah, we're here to say goodbye. My heart dropped out. I just ran up and enveloped. I mean, I threw my arms around and said, I'm here. I left that day. I got her transferred up. It took me 2 days to get her transferred to hospice. I did not see her. God told me not to go. I allowed those people from Monday to Friday. I went up Friday evening at 5 o'clock. And once again, cleaned the shit from under her fingernails that nobody would clean. And I spent 2 hours with her. And I said, rest well, good and faithful servant. You are so loved. And I kissed her goodbye. 5 a.m. she died. That was when I say God bless me with God time. I was sent to prepare them. I knew what my purpose was. And I know where my mama is.
Sweet.
But people do not understand. We hold people.
Yeah, if you have to be, it has to be a mutual thing, just like love is, you know.
It is.
I want to address Lisa Marie Tattersall as somebody who showed up. I'm not exactly sure, but she ended up being a subscriber to my channel, and come to find out, she only lives just like about a mile or so from me here, maybe a mile and a half.
I saw that last night. That's so awesome.
Isn't that crazy? That's pretty wild, man. So I've got actually, that I know of, 3 local viewers, you know, I mean, 3 households at least that watch my humble little show here and watch me get stoned in the space station and talk about wild shit. I smoke, I smoke and I know things. That's what I do, man.
Thrash that like watches. He's within the vicinity. I mean, he's in Colorado, and let's see, there's a couple more people in Colorado that watch your channels. It's like I delight.
Well, we're getting up there, man. We're getting up there, Barbara. Let me see where I'm at here. I'm just gonna do a quick refresh just to see. Maybe I got another one.
Well, Dave, in my opinion, you
no, actually, I lost 2 subscribers. I've lost 2 subscribers since this morning. Damn.
No.
What?
Yeah. Somehow I lost 2 subscribers. I
And
had,
well, you
I
know
had
what?
983 earlier, and now it's down. So during this broadcast, probably I think is where I lost 2. So that's all right.
I doubt
McToon
it.
probably left.
Who?
McToon probably left. He's probably mad at you.
Damn. Fuck him. You know, I mean, I'm going to have to come over and check out my mushrooms. Yes, I am going to have to do that, Lisa. Like I said, DM me in Facebook, man, on Messenger if you can.
Hey, Dave,
Yeah.
can I like interrupt? Because
Okay.
I'm like really ignorant, right, when it comes to like, I mean, hell, last time I did like meth and peyote like back in the 70s, right? And it was a really, really, really bad time for me. But drugs back in the 70s, I mean, today they don't even begin to compare. Well, actually, I actually did. Well, I can tell you, I got two stories because I was given like what do they call it? The hits where like you like take the little
Blotter.
paper.
Your blotters.
Yeah, well, I was given one of those in 75, and I went to take it, and all of a sudden I put because I was pregnant. Well, I didn't know I was pregnant at the time. There were 10 hits of acid. Damn good thing I took it out. So I never did acid until 75, and it was 76. It was a really, really. It was in response to like a rejection, right? And I'm at this party with a guy that rejected me, and who is my son's father. Yeah, come to find out a few months later. Anyways, so I take this shit, and and this is you're gonna relate, because and we're at this party, and I'm watching this fire. I'm seeing motherfucking demons walking around this fire.
That's
like,
LSD.
No, well, I don't know what the hell it was, but I'll never touch that shit again. But anyways, that was like years after. So it's like the mask and the peyote. And I only did them once, and it was like very minimal. One of them gave me the munchies and made me horny as hell. Yeah, anyways, that I mean, hell, we're talking like what, 40 years ago. And the other one, it's like I can't remember which was which. So all of a sudden I got a place a mile from me that sells both as well as pot. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'd like to try that. But is this something I'm going to do on my own? So that's the question I'm asking, because I got a pretty good idea that a lot of people in your chat are asking the same damn question.
So see if you got that, Lisa. I sent a DM message to you through that thing. But yeah, listen, they're all activating pretty much the same part of the mind. And what I found, like, especially with like mushrooms and things like that, is that there's quite an expansion of thought process that takes place. Of course, you have an altered perception of reality, or is it? Or has the altered perception of reality been removed? You start to look at it this way. Is this the way the world really is, and I'm blinded by it? This is like taking off the blinders, or, so you start to look at it and you see it's a little bit of both. And you, I don't know, I've greatly expanded my thinking on spiritual levels, on conceptual levels, philosophical levels, beyond what I could ever even have imagined. And as I stated before, that hero dose that I did 11 years ago cured me of alcoholism, which was fantastic and something nobody would have ever thought would happen.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you a question right there. Do I appear drunk to you?
Tipsy, perhaps?
Absolutely. Do you know why?
Because you drank some wine.
Drank some wine, baby. I've had an entire bottle of wine. Well,
Yeah.
I got a little bit left. So
Let me see the bottom of that one of that bottle. Tip the bottom toward me. Tip the bottom toward me. Okay, do you know what that's called? That little divot in the bottom of the bottle?
oh, that?
Yeah,
Nope.
that's called the punt. I know the names of things that people don't even know they have names.
Like football punt?
Yeah. So you know what those little plastic things on the ends of your shoelaces are called?
Punt.
No, aglets.
Oh.
That's another thing people don't know that it has a name. You know, they always just call it that little plastic thing on your shoelaces. Those are called aglets. Aglets go through eyelets.
That's right.
English.
So
the
I
forgotten
want to
language.
back you up 45 seconds.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm back.
I weigh 100 pounds, right?
Jesus.
Wow.
Fatty.
Look at me. Look at me. I mean,
Hey.
I'm literally bitty. I wear.
Damn, where you get your clothes at the tent and awning store? No.
So this bottle of wine should have me like passed out, right? It should have me a blithering idiot, right?
Right.
That's the wonder of CBG.
It is. Well, I'll tell you another thing about it. This is another kind of thing though too. I used to sit down and drink an entire fifth of 100 proof vodka and be ready for some more, right? Because I had the tolerance of a fucking maniac, right? And then one day I went and got a little half a pint of Popov 80 proof vodka. And I got drunker than I was ever been in my life off that little bit. Do you know why? My liver had stopped working. I got all of it. None of it went through my liver. And it was like, oh, I guess I should take a break for a while. That was my answer. Take a break for a while to heal up and then continue on with this destructive path. What the fuck, man?
You want to know what happened to me, Dave? I because you start drinking in your teens, right? Hell, the Wyoming age was 19, and when I was growing up, right? Hell, my cousin was a damn bouncer, so I was in the bars at 18, and I guarantee you, I could drink anybody under the table. I would pass out. 15 minutes later, I was great until I went into labor with my son. They stopped it with medical alcohol drip. The first time, I violently reacted. I beat the hell apparently out of everybody. They did it the second time. I did the repeat thing, and they like had me taped down. And I mean, and the hangover, this shit goes into you medically. All of a sudden, it's like hot as shit, and you're like in major labor, and it's like you wake up with the biggest hanger you've ever met. So
I've heard that, man. I've never been put under like that.
Oh, Dave, this happened 3 times. The third time, they woke me up. I mean, they shipped me to Denver on an ambulance in October in the middle of a snowstorm that had no heater. They didn't put me on the medical drip until they got me there because the base in Cheyenne refused to accept me again because I got so violent. So we get down there and they have me in this garage. And they're trying to find another hospital to send me to because they can't handle a 2-month preemie. And all of a sudden, I'm like passed out, right? I'm in the basement. I wake up and they're telling me to sign this paper. Now, number one, it's illegal to sign a consent for surgery when you're under the influence.
Yeah, right.
So apparently I Well, I actually can remember signing it. Next thing I remember, my ex-husband tells me, because he was being humanitarily transferred to Georgia. So we are in the process of moving. They moved it up because I'd been in labor twice. So they moved it up 2 months. So we're talking about CBs, right? When he called and they said, no, we're taking her to surgery for emergency C-section. It's the like truck drivers. They cradled him at 90 miles an hour when the speed limit's 55 down from Cheyenne to Denver. He gets there and he's walking and he said he finds and I don't know how he did this. He found the bucket that like the afterbirth's in.
Nice.
I mean, why the hell do you tell me this shit? I don't know. Anyways. And a week later, my son and his lung collapsed like 3 days later. I had pneumonia and shit. And a week later, him and I are on this medevac. And we land in Scott Air Force Base, Indiana, overnight. And the next day, we land in Fort Gordon. And I have to leave him there for 3 weeks. I've never held this child. And I am 5 hours away getting weekly updates. He's motherfucking still alive. So they said we can bring him home. I go up there. First time I held a beautiful picture. And do you see how small my hand is?
Mm-hmm.
His head was that small.
Holy cow.
He barely weighed 5 pounds. And they said, well, you can bring him home. But he's got to go by ambulance and to the hospital. It's like, fuck you. I couldn't drive. We are taking him home. And we did. And, oh, man, oh. Talk about gifts from God, right?
Yeah, right. Well, listen, guys, I'm going to start shutting this thing down. It's 4 hours here, and I think we've pretty much run the gamut of everything tonight, and I'm going to get off here, and looks like Brandy's wanting to go out in the backyard. So let's see, you told the so there was something I saw in here. MCAX asked, do we have the Labor Party in America? No, we don't have that. We have 2 different parties, the party of douchebags and the party of shit sandwiches. So,
no, Dave, we have, nope, wrong. We have the awoke and we have the not.
Yeah, stay out of politics. I'll tell you that right now. So that shit right there is for the birds. It'll kill people. It does kill people. People kill just to get in it. It's insane. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead. Moon Bounce, you got anything to add before we go?
Oh, man. No, just shoot. I actually enjoyed it. It's pretty weird, but yeah.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Well,
shoot, I mean, I like Barbara. We're from the same state. I guess I kind of dig her talking because it's like, see, I normally wouldn't dig that, but I know exactly what she's talking about because that's the way it was back in the day.
It was.
So yeah, it was like bringing back memories.
Moondance, are you in Wyoming or Colorado?
No, I was born in Wyoming, but I'm not there anymore.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Where we're at in Wyoming, please.
Rock Springs.
I was born in Buffalo, but I was raised in Cheyenne. My family comes from Gillette, so.
Oh yeah.
He says, y'all still awake? No, we're not. We're everybody's asleep. You're imagining things.
Much love, Moon Bounce.
All right, everybody.
All right, I'm out.
I'm going to leave you with our parting words of always remember the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass because you know he's going to end up killing you.
And Dave, hit that damn like button.
Yeah, hit the like button on the way out, y'all. It's been rolling across the bottom of the screen this whole time. All right, good night. Love you, Barbara.